I'd like to call this Planning Commission meeting to order. It's Wednesday, January 28th at 6:30 PM. First, we'll have a determination of a quorum. If I could read the names of the members, Mr. Studley,
Here.
Mr. Price,
Here.
Mr. Kenny,
Here.
Mr. Burke,
Here.
Mr. De Silva,
Here.
Mr. Reyes,
Here.
and Chairman Clunian is present. And we have two vacancies. The emergency evacuation plan, in the unlikely event of an emergency, you can exit by the doors that you came in the back of the room, or there are two additional exits on either side. I'd like to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First item on the agenda is the approval of minutes from December 17th, 2025. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
We have a motion by Mr. Reyes. Do I have a second?
Second,
We have a second by Mr. Kenny. Is there discussion or any corrections?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have correction. There's, it's not, the pages aren't numbered, but it's item number 7.2, and it's in relation to the Sienna condominiums. The first line says a motion was made by member Kenny and seconded by member Price. That should be corrected. The motion was actually made by myself, member Burke, and it was seconded by Mr. Price. That's my correction.
Thank you for those corrections.
Okay, are there any other discussion or corrections? Hearing none, we'll take a vote based on the corrections just read by Mr. Burke. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None. Okay, motion passes. Next item on the agenda is the election of officers. This is typically done every January, but I'd also just like to take this opportunity to acknowledge we had 3 resignations back in December, one by Chairman Flynn and also Glenn Anderson and member Chuck Smith. I just wanted to acknowledge Mr. Flynn was on this board for in excess of 20 years. He put a lot of time in. He attended the technical review committee meetings. We used to go on field reviews. When we stopped doing that, he used to personally visit the property. So he put a lot of time in, and I'd just like to acknowledge and recognize him for his service. Also, Mr. Smith, who was formerly a town employee, knew an awful lot about drainage and contributed a lot to the committee by the time he was on the board. And also Mr. Anderson, who lived in the West End and was very passionate about protecting the rural character of the West End. So I just wanted to acknowledge and recognize them, and also the other members that are still up here. They stepped up and have volunteered. Without a planning commission, these applications would come in, and believe it or not, they would likely just pass by default. So anyway, that said, the next item is election of officers. We need to fill the positions for chairman, vice chairman, and secretary. Are there any nominations for those offices?
Mr. Clooney, I'd like to make a nomination for chairman. I'd like to nominate Rick Clooney.
I'll second it.
Do we have any other nominations? Hearing none, I guess we'll just vote to approve that nomination. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none.
There was a second to that nomination?
Yes, there was.
Okay.
Are there any other nominations? We have 2 more positions to fill.
Mr. Clooney, I'd like to make a nomination for secretary. I'd like to nominate Mike Burke.
And I'll second it.
We have a nomination and a second for Mike Burke. Are there any other nominations for the position of secretary? Hearing none, seeing none, all in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion passes, and that only leaves vice chair.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion for vice chair. I nominate John Studley for vice chair.
And I'll second it.
Okay, we have a nomination and a second. Are there any other nominations for vice chair? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Okay, motion carries. So we have our offices for this coming calendar year.
Congratulations, guys.
Thank you. Okay, just an announcement. We really only have one, I think, one item on the agenda anyway, other than the director's report, but we will not take any new business after 10 PM, but we will, attempt to, get through as much of this particular application in 7.1 and 7.2. Well, I'm sorry, 7.1 and 8 as we can.
Mr. Chair, before we proceed, let the record show that I'll be recusing myself from item 7.1 and 8.1, and I'll be excusing myself at this time.
Okay, Mr. Stubby, thank you for that. Okay, so first up is the Village at Tyoke. Before we get started, I just want to let the audience know, I know we've had a couple of hearings on this matter. There have been some changes. We have a new board member. We are going to basically start the process right from the top. We're going to consider this to be a new hearing on this matter. And I'm going to let the applicant come up after this and give us an overview of how the project stands as it's currently proposed and maybe highlight some of the things that changed since the last time. I believe we're still going to incorporate the prior hearings and minutes into, for reference into the record.
That is correct. And congratulations, new chairman Kalunian. We'd like to incorporate by statement at this hearing the record that preceded this night. And we're going to begin by incorporating a document on the record that you have as part of your packets. It's entitled Village at Tyoke Project Record as of January 20th, 2026. In addition, we'd like to recognize that the transcript and the video of the previous hearing that was held on this matter in November, that is incorporated by reference to this new hearing. And of course, all of the documents and materials that you've received as part of your packets and as well as on the project website are also incorporated by reference. That is the information that we're drawing upon to initiate our hearing tonight.
Okay, thank you for that.
Unless there's an objection, Mr. Chairman, you can order that information accepted.
I'm sorry.
Unless someone on the board's going to object, you as chairperson can acknowledge the accepting of that information.
Okay, without hearing an objection, I would like to acknowledge accepting that information into the record. Does anyone have any concerns with that? I hear none. Good evening. How are you?
Joelle Rocha, attorney for the applicant and owner. Is it on?
It is, I know. It looks like it's a little far away, but
All right. If anybody can't hear me, let me know. So, thank you for your time on this, your continued time on this. With the record incorporated, I just want to give a little bit of background, like the chairman said, on how we got here, what has transpired. As some of this board is aware, we had a pre-application in July of 2024. Based on comments received then, our engineers worked with the town to examine stormwater and other preliminary concerns. We submitted for preliminary plan review, as this board knows, is the highly technical stage of review with full engineering on September 15th, 2025. There was a TRC meeting on October 14th. We responded to TRC comments and a certificate of incompleteness after that period. There was a second TRC meeting on November 10th, 2025. As the board knows and the public, there was a public hearing on November 19th, which is incorporated. At that time, we received submission waivers and the project was certified complete as of that date. We presented all of our experts on civil design and traffic, and answered questions. The public spoke at length. We met with staff after that meeting to discuss concerns and additional requested information. Throughout December, responded to comments. There was another TRC, a staff report, a Conservation Commission meeting. We provided the concept plan for the connection of areas 2 and 3 that the board and staff requested. Obviously, the December meeting was canceled. Since that meeting, we've diligently worked pretty much around the clock to address every single item the TRC, the staff, and the commission has brought up. We've submitted plan changes and supplemental materials. We attended a TRC this month, and even still working to address concerns that came up since that TRC. The record in this matter is significant. On the civil end, we've submitted fully engineered plans and incorporated comments from, like I said, the commission, staff, and various departments. We've addressed the connection of areas 2 and 3, the incorporation of sidewalks in area 1, lighting, mailboxes, landscaping, street trees, and we reduced the unit count to the minimum allowed by state law of 162. Of that, 41 of those units of various different types are dedicated to persons whose income qualifies between 80% and 120% area median income. We've submitted stormwater reports, responses to comments, have received our DEM permit, which includes and approves the stormwater design and affirms compliance with state regulations. On the traffic end, we submitted an initial report. The board had that report peer reviewed. The peer review suggested mitigation involving the following items: the addition of a sidewalk in area 1, and the widening, improvements, and clearing in various sections and manners to different aspects of Tiffany Road. As part of the revised plans, we've addressed and complied with all of those requests. Our supplemental traffic report confirms the new design, incorporates all of the mitigation suggestions from the peer reviewer. We've also submitted a report from our land use expert addressing several of the state standards, including the town's need for affordable housing and the standards for the issuance of adjustments. Our project narrative, traffic report, and land use report highlight how many of these adjustments, including those related to street design, sidewalks, and curbing, are routinely granted on non-affordable projects. We submitted an expert report regarding statements made that there's a bald eagle nest in the area. Our expert found the nest located near Tyoke Lake and confirmed it is outside the jurisdiction, which would require a federal permit. That report is in your record. We won't be addressing it otherwise tonight. While it's in some of the public comments, even if the nest was within the jurisdictional area, that would go to the feds and is not a matter for the planning board. It is not, and we've submitted that. We've submitted sample floor plans and the sample style of homes. We provided provisions in the HOA that we will include based on concerns from the commission and staff, which regarding maintenance, incorporating the DEM stormwater operations and maintenance plan that's been approved by DEM. We provided a draft concept open space covenant, which includes the commitment that beyond what is shown in the plan, there will be no additional structures or disturbances. We've received comments and concerns from several direct abutters, Coventry Housing Authority and the owner of 2 Minglewood, which came in today, and have committed to work with both of them prior to final approval, should we get to that point. While we have we've spoken directly to both of those. While we have some comments regarding some of the conditions, which I can address after public comment, we agree with most of the conditions. The staff report correctly outlines the standards by which the board is governed, set forth in Rhode Island General Laws 4553-4, with amendments effective July 1st before this project was submitted. While there have been comments submitted and statements attacking my client, the board members, and planning staff, which are wholly unjustified and not deserving of response, we will not be addressing those tonight. we also will not be addressing the inappropriate comparisons to the moderate income units to Section 8 housing. This preliminary plan review is about the technical engineering of the project and meeting the state prescribed standards. There is yet to be any expert testimony questioning the technical details of this application. It has been reviewed by the town's experts. We have tonight Dupree Engineering and Crossman Engineering again to discuss these changes to the plans. We incorporate everything previously submitted as noted by the board. I do want to address one item, a legal item that has been in some of the comments that the board has received. There have been several comments submitted urging this board to adopt the rationale of the Westerly Planning Board and denying a 2,300 unit project at master plan, which predated both the 2023 and the 2025 changes to the Low Moderate Act noted in the judge's decision. Simply put, this commission should not entertain those arguments. That project is certainly not before the commission. And the master plan denial was based on two things: inconsistency with the comprehensive plan and their feeling that septic availability was not adequately addressed. The board there was not at a preliminary plan stage and was also importantly not governed by the same law. The standards for this project are the ones that became effective July 1st, 2025, the same ones that are in the staff report. Those are not in that decision because they didn't exist when that project was submitted. Even if they were, the town does not have a valid comprehensive plan in existence. Again, the staff report correctly restates the standards. We can go through them later, but for now, you've heard enough from me. I'll turn it over to Greg from Dupree, who will go through the technical changes that have occurred.
How are you?
Good. How are
Name and
you?
address.
Greg Guglielmo, Dupree Engineering, office at 2 Stafford Court, Cranston, Rhode Island. As Ms. Rocha mentioned, there's really two major changes that were done to the
If
plan.
I could.
Yeah.
And just for the benefit of, we've got a new member. We have at least one member that was not at the first hearing, and we may have some new members in the audience. And I appreciate the changes. Could you just give us a very brief overview as the project exists now? And then if you want at that point, say that's a change from, so that people know what is actually in front of us. As far as, for example, Area 1 contains the attached rental units, approximately X amount of square feet, how many units, then go to Area 2, which is now in the through road, so that they have an overview, and then the total density and the lot sizes.
Sure.
Then if you want to highlight what changed in response to the comments received, I think it might give because I just want people to be fully informed about what is actually on the plan in front of
Sure.
us. Okay.
We can, is Dennis controlling the? With Cody? If we could go to sheet 8, that would be great.
Yes,
What's in
perfect.
front of you tonight is a project that has 162 total units. They're divided up into 3 distinct areas. And each area has some different unit styles that are part of it. So I'll just go through kind of generally what's in each of those areas. At the top of the page is the area that's off of Tioga Avenue, and it's going to be serviced by just one single cul-de-sac off of Tioga Avenue. This area consists of the same type of unit. There's no difference in unit between these. There are 58 attached townhome units. Each of these are 2-story units. The first story would be a garage and then a living and kitchen space on the first floor with, I think they're 2 and 3 bedroom units depending on demand on the second floor. Each one of these would be serviced by a driveway that would have room for at least one additional parking space. And then we have some of these driveways that are a little bit longer would have the ability to have 2 parking spaces. And then we have additional visitor parking as well in this area. This area has not changed very much, or if at all, from our original submission. It's the same unit count. This area is what we're calling the area that's comprised of this is just get the numbers. I don't give you the wrong number. It's about 4.8 acres in this front area.
And you've added a sidewalk and you've added the area for the mailboxes.
That's
And it-
correct. Yeah, we were asked that one of the TRC meetings to integrate a sidewalk, which we've done. The driveways are long enough so that way the vehicles would be behind the sidewalks. You'd be able to walk completely out to Tioga Avenue without any obstructions from vehicles or that. And we also added the mailboxes, which we still need to work through. USPS is the only one who can tell us exactly where it'll be, but we're pretty confident in the amount of work we've done with them that they'll be okay with the location that we have them. Moving on to area 2, this is probably where most of the change happened. We had a larger amount of these cottage style units in our previous application. Now, area 2 has 16 cottage units. These are 3-bedroom units. They're about 1,600 square feet of finished area. That's not including the basement, just a 2-story unit. These do not have garages, and they would have parking for at least 2 vehicles on site for each unit. That's generally the area of the road that connects Minglewood to East Shore Drive. Then moving left on the page is what we're calling area 3. That is 88 single-family home lots. These lots are 5,000 square foot minimum. And they would be able to have a 1 or 2-story home on them. Like we said, we've submitted kind of examples of what each of these unit types would look like. They'd range from a smaller kind of 3-bedroom unit around 1,000 square feet or so, up to larger 3- and 4-bedroom units of 2,500 square feet. We have noted in our application that there would be no more than 46 units that would be 4-bedroom units as part of this section. Each of these lots would also be subject to a lot coverage, which is 50% of the lot. And it would allow a maximum size home of 40 by 60. That would probably be more of a single level home as part of that. If it's a 2-story home, it would be substantially smaller than that. But these would be the only section here that would be single family lots. The other ones would be condominium associations. So that connection between the Minglewood and East Shore Drive heading out towards Tiffany, that's the major change that happened in terms of our engineering and design. You can see kind of on that green, there's like a green area in between, right kind of in the middle of this plan. That's about where the cul-de-sacs ended the 2 sections of that road previously. So that's, and again, in this section 2, we were asked to incorporate mailbox center, which we did. That's located off of the area of Minglewood Drive. Again, the same thing, we would have to go through USPS and make sure that they would approve that location, and they have the final say on that. We also added in lighting, as was requested by both at the TRC and the planning board. We've added in a detailed landscape plan that complies with the town regulations as part of this as well, included in this application. We also denoted that each of these lots, we would be putting a permanent marker at each of the lot corners. It's an iron rod that gets put on the corner of each lot that's required as part of the town regulations. And then we designated very specific areas where we would put granite bounds as part of this to make sure we would have proper survey monumentation throughout the development. And those are noted on the plans as well. The Next kind of major change to the plans was the improvement plans for Tiffany Road, which as part of this submission set were sheets 27 and 28. They included a detailed property line and topographic survey, which my firm completed. It was mostly done the week of Christmas and the week of New Year. And we did a survey of the property that's out there, both the abutting properties to Tiffany Road, looking for the extents of that, also looking for any substantial trees that were located within the right of way. And then we put together a detailed plan, sheet 28, that denotes the widening of Tiffany from New London Turnpike all the way to Old North Road, mainly at a consistent 12-foot wide width, and then widening from Old North Road to Trafford Park Drive, a consistent 22-foot wide width. And that has all been detailed in our plan set as far as how that would be accomplished. We also had some communication at TRC and the planning department regarding what trees they would want removed that are in the right of way as part of that. And we had proposed some trees, the town and the fire chief also proposed some additional trees to be removed, which the applicant was in agreement with as far as having those trees be removed that were within the right of way. That's mainly the changes and kind of the overall concept at a very, very high level.
Does anyone on the board have any questions at this time? We can still have questions later, but I just want, is that, do you have more?
Yeah, no, that's it for me for now.
That's okay.
Thank you.
And are these plans, these housing, typical units, and I realize they're not going to be exactly the same. Are these available, Cody? Do we have these? Doug, does he have this to put up on the screen? The housing, the typical housing, designs?
Yeah, your question was who has these?
Are they online so that they could be put on the screen? They were
Um,
referenced in his testimony. I
yes.
just wanted to see if we could just maybe just quickly flip through.
The-
I'm not going to go over every one, but
Cody, the file is unit size summary. It's on Tyog as part of the updated docs. Unit size summary.
are they all, is this 5 pretty much wrap them up? This 5 right here without getting into all the elevations
Yes.
on the other sheets?
Yeah.
Yeah. So just this first page would be adequate. One of these says single family and duplex cottage. Is that an area 2? Are those duplex or is
The area 2, yeah, at one point we had proposed duplexes. I think that was early on in the.
they're not
They're
duplexes now?
not, they're
Okay.
all, they're just one unit. That's
Okay.
correct in that section 2.
Okay. Yeah, that's, go back to the, or raise it up, I think. Keep going. There we go. Like that. Okay, so from right to left, you just, for the audience.
Yes, if you want to zoom in on the elevations at the bottom, I can kind of generally talk about them. Start all the way at the bottom right is probably that one on the bottom right, slide down. Keep going. That elevation at the bottom right, it's kind of those tan and
Yep.
brownish colors. That is an elevation of the units in area 1. So those are,
Those are the,
Four to-
those are the
there's six
attached
units,
units
right,
off
4
of
to 6.
Tyoke
That's
Avenue.
correct.
And those are rentals, is that?
That's the
Correct.
plan. Yep. That
Okay.
these would be rental units. These are kind of a traditional walk-up style condominium. They're built all throughout Coventry and Rhode Island. They have like we said, a 1-car garage, with a parking space in front. They, it would have some sort of porch or deck off the back.
Yep. Okay.
The next one to the right is the cottages in area 2. Same thing. The only difference on these, the picture that's shown, this is from a development that was built in either Warwick or East Greenwich. I forget which one, but they have optional garages in the back. We're not proposing the optional garage, but this is a
Okay.
traditional, walk-up cottage style. And then the next 3, starting at the first one on the left there, but if you want to slide these over so we can show all 3.
Yep.
These are examples of the house types that could be on the 5,000 square foot lots. So starting out on the right-hand side, just a very small cottage or bungalow style unit, mainly 1 floor or a floor and a half, where you could have this be raised up with part of the basement being used for living space. And then the next 2 units are kind of just traditional colonial style units with 1 or 2 car garages, and then 3 to 4 bedrooms on the second floor.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions? And just for the record, the stormwater calculations did not change even with the road connectivity and all that? Everything, the permit stayed the same, everything's still valid?
No, we, when we engineer these, we usually look at potential additional impacts. There's no additional impervious pavement from us moving this around. We do have to get an advisory opinion from DM if we need to resubmit, but our permit would still be valid and there's no additional calculations that we would have to do. They just may ask us to resubmit the plans with the road connection.
Okay. But you don't anticipate it requiring,
We
Any-
do not.
the calculations are still the same?
No,
The
the
areas that are
calculations,
shown on the
yeah.
plan should stay the same?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
And through the chair, just so it's noted for the record, any resubmission of DEM revised permits will be provided to the town at final plan. Final plan is the stage at which all state permits are due for this type of application.
And that's standard?
That's standard, that's state law.
Okay, thank you. I think we're all set.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good
Good
evening. For the record, Paul Bannon, Senior Project Director at Crossman Engineering. We conducted the traffic impact study for the project. As Ms. Rocher had indicated, our office completed a comprehensive traffic study last April for the project which I testified to at the last hearing. That report was peer reviewed by the town's reviewer, and we've addressed consistent with the findings of the report. Since that time, we have reviewed the plan as presented this evening, and we provided a supplemental letter dated January 6th, 2026, that addressed the changes that were made, specifically a reduction in the number of units, which would result in a reduction in vehicle trips, minor, roughly 7 vehicle trips during each of the AM and PM peak periods. The connection would not, as I testified to at the last hearing, would not change the distribution of traffic in and out of the neighborhood itself. The major intersections and the only intersections that provide access to the neighborhood at East Shore and Tioga, Old North and Tioga, and Angus and New London, those are the main points. That entry and exiting points don't change for the neighborhood based on that connection because it's origin destination. So the analysis at those main intersections did not change, and those intersections will continue to operate in an efficient manner. And that was, again, peer reviewed by the town's peer review engineer, that the findings of the original study remain valid.
With the intersections again? I'm sorry. What were the intersections? East Shore?
Tioga at East Shore, Tioga at Old North that provide from east-west, and then New London and Angus Angus is the only street that allows access into the neighborhood off of New London.
Tiffany.
And Tiffany, which is a one-way. That's why I'm considering.
Yeah,
two-way
okay.
access.
So
So we've incorporated the recommendations that were made by planning staff, the planning board, and the peer reviewer for Tiffany that included an extension of the improvements from Old North to the London Turnpike.
So I'm sorry, there was a term you used. It shouldn't have an adverse impact on those 4 locations in terms of,
The original findings of the report found that the intersections all operate efficiently today and
Right.
will in the
so,
future.
right, and operating efficiently does not equate to volume.
Correct.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that folks were clear on that.
Yes, we
And-
looked at the worst case conditions for the daily peak hours and what would be generated during those periods from this site and assigned that to the intersections and evaluated those conditions and impact.
And when you look at areas 2 and 3, which are now combined,
Yes.
what's your thought on the connectivity as far as, I mean, just looking at this plan, it seems like the bulk of the houses, if they weren't connected, would have either had to come in through Trafford Park Drive or Tiffany Road.
Correct.
Now they have the option to come from East Shore, Minglewood, which means
But they
from the
would've-
old North
But
Road
that's where
side.
they would have, and they would have had to all go, well, Area 3 would have all had to go to Old North to go up to Ty Oak. And I had distributed them through Minglewood and East Shore, depending on the direction they were going to. So that change did not affect the endpoints of entering and exiting the neighborhood. It's just how they got there.
What I'm
within
trying to
the
figure out
neighborhood.
is, do you think it increased or decreased the volume, let's say, for Tiffany?
It would increase the volume on, well, the
From the
improvement,
prior plan?
the people coming from the south on the London Turnpike would use Tiffany to potentially get to Area 2. Previously, they would have used Angus up Old North Road
Okay,
to Minglewood. So it's just internally how they get there.
okay.
And that, I'm all for interconnectivity within neighborhoods for public services and connections to abutters and neighbors instead of dead end streets within neighborhoods.
Okay. Anyone on the board have any questions for Travis?
Yeah, I do. So with the density that is increasing in that area, how does it not affect it? And what time of days are you talking about? You talking about the morning? You talking about the afternoon?
Both.
How
We
does it not? You're increasing the density by 160 something homes, right?
Correct.
How does it
So-
not? When you look at when you look at those roads, you look at the size of those roads, they're all side roads, right? How does it not affect the neighborhoods going through it to get to the main roads?
I'm not saying traffic is not going to increase. Traffic will increase. We as traffic engineers, what we do is we assess the key intersections or junctions that would have the greatest impact from this site. So we obtain existing traffic volumes at those intersections. Then we use our industry software acceptable that the state, the federal government uses and analyze the intersection, determine what we call level of service, how it operates A to F and the delay associated with that. So we assess what's there. If it's level of service C with a 25-second delay under existing conditions, then we add our traffic onto that. And if it's still level of service C with 29 seconds of delay, that's where we can say that the intersection operates efficiently today and will in the future with that condition. Now, we're not adding all the traffic to one intersection. It's going to be distributed throughout the neighborhood to different locations. So that distribution, dilution of traffic within the neighborhood doesn't create a point that all the traffic has to go to get in and out.
Based off of the software that you use, not reality.
No, we model, the software is comprehensive and we can model, simulate traffic conditions. So we take the information, we put it in the computer and we simulate intersection operations. It calculates how many vehicles are stacked or queued at an intersection and it runs a simulation. So we can make adjustments to the software that accurately reflects what's happening in the field. So it's that accurate.
Okay. I'm not convinced from prior knowledge and practice dealing with this, but again, you did your job, right? It's software-based, not reality-based, and we have to make sure that that's known upfront.
It is reality-based. I do a lot of work with the State Department of Transportation and work in
Okay.
improving safety and operations of all the roads within the state.
Right.
This is a separate private job, but I take on that task with similar goals,
Mhm.
operations and safety.
I assume you did traffic counts for each of the intersections?
Yes,
Both in the mornings and at night?
yes, we did at least, I think, 6 hours of counts.
And weekends on weekdays, correct?
We had automatic traffic recorder counts on both Tioga and New London Turnpike that 24, I think for 5 days. So we recorded traffic conditions over 24 hours for 5 days on both Tioga and the London Turnpike in the project area. So we could see how the hourly distribution of traffic occurred, and then when we should count actually the manual intersection counts.
But then you take, because again, those 160 something homes aren't there, you take a norm in the system to add on to what the traffic count is now compared to what it's going to be when those houses are there.
We use the Institute of Transportation Engineers.
Correct.
ITE
Again,
trip.
based off of that, it can change, could be worse, could be better.
I have done 3 studies in this area that included the Minglewood neighborhood, East Shore neighborhood that I did 5 to 8 years ago. The traffic volumes that I projected for those projects compared to what I just counted are identical or less. Adding those homes within both of those neighborhoods that I've done over the last 10 years in that area. So what I projected then versus what I just counted with those homes built was extremely accurate.
I know that is in the report, where the traffic count, the old traffic counts are in there. I would also say that there's a peer review of the town, like those increases and numbers in Mr. Bannon's report. There's a supplemental report from Mr. Bannon, and there's a peer review supplemental. It's all.
I think, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it's why I asked the question before. You have indicated there will likely be, it's obvious, an increase in traffic volume.
Absolutely.
But what you're saying is that those particular intersections off the main roads will not have increased stacking on Route 3, for example, cars waiting a long time to get in and out of
Correct.
North Road. That's extraordinarily or significantly more than what they would wait today.
Correct.
That's what it is.
Correct.
And if it was going to increase those volumes, you would
Offer
add
mitigation.
a left-hand turn lane,
3.5
perhaps look at some other traffic mechanism
and
to
that's what,
address
and
it.
that's what we do.
And, right,
When we're,
right.
when we identify,
I just
that
bring that up
perspective.
because it's quite often that folks confuse a positive traffic study with volume, and it's not. It's the level of service at an existing intersection where we're going to end up with an exorbitant amount of traffic, and there's gridlock and there's problems. And there are varying degrees that can occur. It's not the worst. It's not the best. You're saying this level of service is going to remain about the same, or is it going to drop?
oh, it's about the same.
About the same. Okay.
Few to, 3 to 5 seconds of increased delay.
I'm sorry?
About 3 to 5 seconds of increased delay, depending on where you are over those intersections. But when we do identify an impact, we make recommendations for mitigation. As we had recommended the minimum widening of Tiffany Road that'll allow traffic to safely and efficiently go through the neighborhood in that area.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions for Mr. Bannon? Yes, sir.
The wrong one, sorry. Right now, you take about, on a heavy time to get to BJ's, you're talking about 5, 6 minutes, 10 minutes. I see people cut behind Cumberland Farms, shoot through Wendy's parking lot. They do.
Oh, I'm
Y-
laughing
you
because I
know?
know they do. And
So- so
it has,
all this coming up, we gotta put a third lane in. We gotta put a turning lane in. We have to, because they'll open it up the roads and it'll be quicker. We're already back up on the higher things, down at the bottom, all the way from Tiffany all the way up to BJ's, my opinion. To open these roads up to have a turning lane into these properties. And then you have the two lanes going faster. That will open the roads up. People won't be coming behind, because you got, I think it's Agnes Street. My daughter lives on Tiffany. They come flying through Tiffany down Old, my grandkids on the corner. All right, they're going flying through there. Now you're gonna open that up. You're gonna have the homes, they're gonna be cutting through Agnes that runs out to the turnpike to come back up this way. They're gonna go into, alternate places where families are, where homes are, where kids are playing. I'd rather open these roads up a little wider, my opinion.
And again, I'm not disagreeing with your traffic study, having had discussions with other traffic engineers. But what your traffic studies don't take into consideration, and again, it's just something we have to look at, is human nature. Right? And human nature is a factor in those. And when somebody doesn't want to wait 2 minutes or 3 minutes, and it's just 2 or 3 minutes, they start cutting through something else, right? And it's going to affect another neighborhood. So I'm not disagreeing with your study. All I'm saying is, as we look at things, we also have to look at human nature, because people make some crazy decisions when time is a factor, right?
I
And
witness it every day.
as we have the audience out here, because I know when they happen, the complaint's going to come to the council and the complaint's going to go to other places about it. And now, once the development is done, now it becomes a town issue. That's the only reason I'm bringing it up. But I don't disagree with your study, but we have to look at those things also.
Yeah, And
in my
we know
experience.
traffic off of New London in that area is going to change in the near term once they connect the boulevard. And I've been working on that project for 20-something years. So the town
About connecting, sorry. You're talking about connecting Center New England Boulevard
between
internally.
Hopkinsville and New London. So we know that's going to happen. It's going to have a drastic change and take the pressure off of New London Turnpike in that area. But the town is out front on the matter and will make the necessary adjustments, including signalization of Hopkins Hill at the Center of New England
Yep, that's-
Boulevard. So those improvements and reassessment of all the intersections, including the interchanges, will be done once that connection is made. So we can, properly address the resultant traffic distributions in that entire area.
And just for the record, that's a separate project that you're working on for another
Correct.
client.
That's
Okay,
correct.
thank you. Anybody else?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Through the chair, this might be a good opportunity to allow our peer reviewer, John Shevlin from Park Corporation, to come up. He did provide a review letter on the record of the new revised traffic submission. And John can just give a brief summary of his findings and be available for questions. John is an independent third-party peer reviewer on behalf of the town.
Thanks, Doug. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, my name is John Shevlin, Park Corporation of Lincoln, Rhode Island. Registered professional engineer in Rhode Island. Been doing transportation related work for about 35 years or so. So we were hired by the town to do a peer review of the study that was done by the applicant. We looked at the study originally, and what we look at when we do the peer reviews is make sure they're done within industry standards. So we look at in regards to, are they addressing traffic capacity and safety appropriately within the study? The methodology that they took into place as far as the data collection, the analysis that was performed for the traffic capacity, looking at existing conditions, the future build conditions. Then also as far as the safety analysis, they took a look at as far as crash data in the area, see if there's any patterns in the area that will require some mitigation. We took a look at that. We did have some questions originally in regards to the hours that they looked at the study, but after getting clarification in regards to how they took a look at the 24-hour tube counts, determine what the peak hours are, then they analyze the intersections appropriately as far as the worst case during the morning peak hour and the afternoon peak hour. We were satisfied in regards to how their analysis came out. As just been mentioned, all the intersections that they analyzed do show acceptable level of service. Worst case was level service D, but all the increases in delay that they have from the existing conditions to proposed, it was a matter of seconds. It was a matter of 3 to 5 seconds or so. So you have level service goes from level service A to level service F. Anything level service D or better is acceptable. And they went ahead and actually, I think it was only one movement that had level service D. Everything else was level service C or better. So the level of service that you have at the intersections showed a minimal amount of increase in delay. The trip generations that they had for the development, as was mentioned, they use a manual that's called the ITE Trip Generation Manual. And they have studies done throughout the country to determine how many trips are generated from a particular type of developments. And basically looks at all kinds of different developments in regards to how trips are generated. They appropriately use the right ones for detached housing in the ITE manual, and also for the single unit attached and detached housing. So we felt that the trip generations that they had were acceptable. And then as far as the distribution goes, I think based on the patterns that are out there and the way things change, obviously the original study had the 2 cul-de-sacs, but then they also went ahead and looked at it with the connection in there. And I feel like the distribution of traffic that they have shown is acceptable. I think the numbers, look at the volumes in the areas and where people may be going. I think they came up with a good number as far as how they distributed traffic. To answer the question, is there going to be more traffic on some of the streets? Yes. There could be some less with the connection than there were before, but it's a development with 160 plus houses or so that, yeah, there's gonna be more traffic in the area. But when you go ahead and you determine the amount of traffic that's gonna be generated during the peak hour, and you look at that peak hour volume, it doesn't really significantly increase any amount of delays on there. They responded to our comments from our October 31st letter. They provided a secondary report. I think it was dated January 7th. We had a response to the town in regards to that report, and that looked at in regards to what the connection between the area 2 and area 2 and area 3 would be as far as level of service. We found that to be acceptable. And then the big thing too that we looked at that we had a comment, the first one was Tiffany Road, and they went ahead and they addressed that. They're going ahead and having a section where it's 2-way. It's going to be 22 feet, which would be acceptable for 2-way traffic. I think they would have liked to go ahead and try to see if they can get I'll call it, I guess, the northern section, in the beginning area, the 1-way section. I think they want to take a look to see if they can widen it more. There is some restrictions out there for right-of-way, so they came up with a 12-foot wide roadway out in that area, which does meet standards as far as a 1-way roadway. And I think, we found that to be acceptable. They are going to be doing some other work, as they mentioned, as far as taking down some of the vegetation, the trees and stuff to make it more drivable and such. So we feel as if they did address all our comments satisfactorily, and be more than happy to answer any questions.
Anyone on the board have any questions?
Anyone have any questions? I just have one question. I think, well, maybe two. Did you say one intersection was the level D, both before and after?
That's correct.
And which intersection was that?
Knew you were going to ask that, Rick.
Sorry,
I'll go back.
you brought it up.
It is the Old North Road, the left-right movement.
I'm sorry, Old North Road
Old North Road, yeah.
and Tyoke?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. So that's a D now, and
Yes.
that's probably attributable to the cut-through traffic that's been created over there.
Right.
Because of the backup at
Yep.
Arnold Road.
Yep.
Yeah. Or the neighborhoods that were previously built in. Okay. Okay, we all set? Anyone else? No questions, right? Just following up. Okay, we're all set. Thank you, John.
Just to note, there are a couple conditions in the staff report regarding working with fire as we go through and do those improvements on Tiffany that are acceptable to
I'm sorry?
applicant. There are a few conditions in the staff report with respect to working with police, I think, and fire while we're out there in that one-way Tiffany section to see if any additional tree removal, and that's fine. We're happy to do that, so.
Okay. Okay.
We don't have anything else unless there are additional questions before public comment.
Okay, go ahead. Anything?
I think it would be wise before you open up to public comment, staff had provided
Oh,
some
yes.
very slight revisions to the recommended conditions of approval that were identified on the staff report. And I defer to you, Mr. Clunian, whether you'd like me to read through some of those considerations on changes. I think it's just wise that we put
Right.
that on the record now. The
Right.
public's aware of
Okay.
the adjustments
Yep.
to the conditions
Yep.
as part of public
I
comment.
can take care of that.
Right.
And I think after I do this, what I'd like to do is you distributed the staff report. We have this nice binder with the answers from the applicant. And maybe before we go to public hearing, just in case anyone on the board has any items in those reports that they're concerned about, or whether they just want to bring them up and then maybe not resolve them here right now, and then we'll go to public comment after. But for informational purposes, the planning director has put staff reports online for this project, and as he made edits, they were amended, with the most recent online staff report being dated January 24th. As a result of some of the items in that staff report and discussions with the applicant, the staff recommendation I believe remains the same, but the comprehensive permit conditions of approval, and there were originally 16 or 17 items. So I just want to bring up those items which have changed, which start with what was number 10, and the mix of different bedroom units, 2, 3, or 4 bedroom units as proposed, to be proportionately distributed among the market units within the same area. That has been deleted. And I'll let the planning director explain why when I go through the rest. Then 11 just became number 10. 10 became, and then there shall be specific milestones for measuring compliance with the above conditions of approval. We've stricken bedroom count, and we're solely using unit sizing, which is consistent with, I believe, state law on this. It's one or the other, or it's just sizing. No, it just slipped down. That was 11 before. Yeah. Yeah, that's all right. And there was a section where it talks about the requirements regarding the proportional distribution of the different bedroom counts between market rate and the low to moderate income units to be enforced as part of the building permit. That has been stricken. And again, it's going to solely be based on a percentage of the size of the market units and compared to the low to moderate income units. The only other 2 items I think that are changed here are the sidewalks throughout will be constructed of concrete material, and that's in all 3 areas, if I understand correct. That
That's how this
includes,
condition reads.
okay. And the last addition was the applicant shall provide generators for each of the 2 sewer pump stations. So that in the event of power loss, we're not going to end up with sewage problems over there. And if you want to add anything regarding the percentage being used, area versus bedroom units.
Sure. The rationale is that upon reflection of the state law that was amended earlier in 2025, it does now specifically relate to affordable units need to be within 75% of the size of the market rates. The state law does not have any specific provisions that indicates that you can seek proportionality. For example, if a project has X number of 2-bedrooms, that you get the exact proportional number of affordable 2-bedrooms. Speaking with affordable housing professionals on this and educating myself over the last 2 days, I've also learned that there can be constraints when you build affordable units that have in upwards of higher bedroom counts. That means that they're restricted to be sold at a certain price point, and that actually there isn't a market for some of those higher bedroom count units as far as housing professionals are telling me. It actually is, it's harder to sell those units because the number of bedrooms dictates the price they can be. And generally, most of the people looking for affordable housing right now are 1 or 2 households, 2-people households, and it's hard for them to afford a house that might have 4 bedrooms. So it's both inconsistent with state law, and it creates actual hardships for those folks looking for affordable units at the end of the day. But the size threshold is still maintained throughout this, and that is consistent with state law.
Okay, so just two comments or questions or clarifications on that. That's because when they calculate the maximum sale, the sale price of the home, if it was a 4-bedroom unit, they assume there's more people going to live in the house, which means the value of the property, it's got to be sold for more money.
Correct.
Which it's not, okay. And we didn't want to, or the state law doesn't allow that anymore. And the other part was just to make sure that everyone understood what that means is if it's the average size of the market rate units is, for example, 2,000 square feet, the low to moderate income units should be 1,500 square feet or 75% of that number.
Yep.
And not less than that.
And we're looking to do that average on a per area basis. The area that we're most focused on is area 3, where the applicant is seeking to put a different range of units in place. And so these provisions are to ensure that as they build market rates and as they build affordables, on average, the affordables are within 75% of the size of the market rates. And that's the purpose behind the conditions of approval.
Okay, thank you. So those were the changes to that portion of the staff report that was online. And I just wanted everyone to know about that before we started with the public testimony. Does anyone else have anything to add or on this right now? We'll circle back. Okay, so at this point, I'd like to entertain a motion to open public hearing.
I'll make a motion to open this to public hearing.
I have a motion from Mr. Price to open the public hearing, and I have a second from Mr. Kenny. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. I guess
I apologize through the chair, and I recognize that the agenda treats the bond as a separate item. For the purposes of the public comment, which I don't want to talk about the bond and then offer an additional round of public comment, I'm recognizing that we may want to initiate the discussion on the bond now. It's the item is 2 separate items, but it's all under one hearing umbrella. And if there's discussion to be had on that, I want to ensure that the public has the benefit of that before they comment, or else we'd be in a position to ask the public to comment twice tonight. I think for efficiency's sake, and I defer to the applicant if they're prepared to discuss that.
So in other words, you want to discuss the bond issue that's on the agenda and before we do public hearings? So that they can
Correct.
comment on both at the same
Because
time
we-
as opposed to having 2 separate public hearings?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think it's wise. I think the public would like the benefit of knowing what the bond discussion is as they prepare their public comments. And I don't want to have the bond discussion after and then be in a position to ask if the public wants to comment on that.
Okay. So public hearing is open, but before I start taking questions or comments from the audience, I'll give the applicant an or actually, I guess I got to find the agenda here and read what the issue is. There it is. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. So, item 8 on the agenda is, the planning commission is going to set the bond to be retained by the town until, all the infrastructure is complete. And right now, that amount is, and I gotta find it. Does anyone have that? Right now, the town is recommending $3,418,806.87. And I believe that differs from the amount that was originally submitted by the applicant. And if you would like to bring that forward, go ahead.
Sure, thank you. I'm gonna be brief on this. Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
better? I'm gonna face sort of
Lower it,
way.
yeah, if it lowers. I don't know that, the whole thing. Okay, it's up to you. Whatever's easy for you.
I'll
I'm
probably
fine.
break it, so this should be good. I'll be brief on this. So, and the board has heard me beat a dead horse on the bond issue before. So the bonds went up and they now include private infrastructure items, which there's zero authority for you to bond private infrastructure. In fact, it's not all private infrastructure, it's just the drainage infrastructure. It's not private roads, anything. So there's no statutory authority for that. I don't think they can be included. If they are included, I guess they're public improvements now, and the town will take maintenance ownership of them. So that's our objection to that amount, is it includes private infrastructure. That's number 13. The inspection fee, the condition number 3 incorporates a policy that's not in your subdivision regulation. So we're objecting to that one as well. But condition 3 requires, and we've talked for not obviously Mr. De Silva, but we've talked about the certificates of conformance, this new position that town engineer is requiring on these, and which is not in your regulations. So we object on that basis, but it has our project engineer doing the inspections, but we're still paying an inspection fee in 14. So those are our objections related to the bond.
Do you want to? Yeah, we can either debate this now or when the item comes up, but at least the public knows what the issue is. Whatever you guys feel is best. I'll defer to the solicitor, right? So-
And I think, I mean, we're addressing this agenda item concurrently. So the bond item and the project item we're discussing concurrently. It's all subject to public comment, and that's why we wanted to have this discussion now. The straightforward approach is that our local subdivision regulations do allow for bonding of private infrastructure. We understand and have heard the applicant's argument. However, we believe that the role of this commission is to follow our local code. And if the applicant has concerns that our local code is not consistent with state law, then we believe it's not up to this board to make that determination. It might be a higher court. And this is based on discussions between myself and the solicitor that we feel confident that you are in a position to vote on the bond as it's set by the engineer, consistent with our code, our local code, and consistent with all past practices. For all projects in which there's been a public roadway, we have always bonded for the private drainage infrastructure because there's a direct nexus and connectivity to the water that runs from the roads into the storm drains in the public roadway towards the private infrastructure and the private property. That's been our practice since well before I've been here, and we're going to maintain that practice. The applicant does have the right to seek appeals or to seek adjudication of that from a higher court. We think this board should follow our local code. That's the answer on that. As it relates to the other comments, the town on every project that we've been reviewing since the fall, since the town engineer has developed this document that is titled the Inspection Procedures Document, and that has a firm date of November 10th, 2025. That's the date of that document. We've indicated on all projects an inclusion at the primary voting stage to reference that document as a condition of approval to ensure some level of compliance with that procedural flow that the town engineer is seeking. It is correct, it's not in our code, but that's why we're including it, and it's a condition of approval. The applicant surely can protest to it, but at the end of the day, we're guiding the board that this is a procedural document you've seen in previous decisions. It is a standard document we're holding all applicants to, and it is to ensure that the applicant provides an engineering review throughout the construction process so the engineer can certify that the construction happened in conformance with the design plans. Because unfortunately, the town engineer does not have the resources to go out multiple days a week while the applicant is in heavy construction and get eyes on that every day of the week. This is to ensure the applicant has an engineer reviewing all of that. So that is why we've included it. That's why it's a condition of approval. And staff feels strongly that we should continue to include those as conditions of approval. As it relates to the inspection fee, we still feel that the town engineer has still, despite receiving certificates of conformance, has a lot of work to do with inspections of all these. He still goes out on site for the critical stages. He still gets eyes on the ground. He still has to make observations. Our code does explicitly also state that all projects with such bonding are obligated to provide 2% as an inspection fee. So we do feel firm on those conditions of approval. Certainly the applicant can raise additional ideas or concerns. My goal is to complete the substantive discussion of this. We don't have to vote on the bond at this moment. I just want to put all the information on the record so that the public has the benefit of this discussion for their comments.
Okay, thank
Is that
you.
fair?
Does anyone on the board have any questions of staff?
Well, we're gonna do comment on the bond, or are we just gonna move on?
Yeah, I think that this
comment?
public comment, my advice would be this round of public comment is
Yeah.
on,
We'll have comments
Bond.
when it comes up. I just wanted to make sure
Alright.
if someone has some immediate questions or clarification. So we'll be revisiting this when we get to item 8.1.
Okay.
I just, that was a good suggestion. Otherwise we'd have to open up 2 public hearings and
Yeah.
be here all night.
and I think that for the public, they can comment on both the project and the bond as they see fit. We'll accept the comments on both and we'll understand the comments on both, and then the votes on each individual item can be handled after.
Okay. All right, so I'm just going to start on the left, move to the right. I'll call you up. When your name is called, come up to the microphone. Please read your name and address for the record. And if you need to speak again, that will be fine, but it'll be after we got through everyone at least one time. So if you hear something that jogs your memory or you thought of something afterwards that you forgot to mention, we'll go through one more time. Okay, anyone over here want to come up? Sir, right here in the front immediately. Yep.
Jason Nunes, Fourview Road. Jason Nunes, Fourview Road. N-U-N-E-S. Fourview Road. Fourview Road. First thing, I'd like to address the board.
Yeah, we can't hear you. Yeah.
I submitted some pictures of bald eagles. I don't know if you guys have been provided with that
We
information.
did.
That's in dispute of the bald eagle survey. I'll get into detail. I just want to make sure you guys had that. As far as the testimony this evening, the traffic study survey showed current conditions with no additional impact from the volume for these proposed units. The original was 176 units with 2 to 3 bedrooms. Now, the proposal is 12 2-bedrooms, 104 3-bedrooms, and 46 4-bedrooms. That has to have a direct impact on the amount of vehicles that are going to be coming in and out of that development. Unquestionable. I would love for the panel to at least absorb that as your traffic study. Presently, the widening of Chipney Road for traffic, they said it was for the easement of traffic itself. That was a false statement. It was at the discretion of the police and fire department. I also don't think that the Arnold Road and Center of New England development will relieve New London Turnpike. There will be traffic coming from West Warwick down New London Turnpike to get to either Arnold Road or to follow through to 95. There will be more traffic there. That has not even been absorbed in this traffic study. I have 14 pages. I'm not going to go through all 14. On the pre-engineering preliminary plan dated 7/2/24, page 8, it said comfortable and welcoming in surrounding area, example, Pembroke Lane. Pembroke Lane is on the opposite side of Tioga Ave. It's not even in that development or any of the abutting properties. On page 9 of that same preliminary 7/2/24 plan, the development data 6.0, the conventional unit calculation was 39 units for that parcel of land. The 5-unit density bonus was 111 units. Their preliminary plan has showed 150 units in total. Next day, they went to 176. Now they're to 162. That's well above their original plan dated 7/2/24. Now, I know laws have changed, but they shouldn't be shuffling cards and throwing new numbers. I'd like to touch base on the progress for the 20-year shortfall build-out program for the affordable units. It's noted that there's 830 units in default at 43 units per year. The Star Capital project, which you guys are familiar with, it's the Arnold Road to Center of New England. It's a 712 unit development. That is going to have a whole impact in regards to this project, which is all within a half-a-mile radius of that. You got 95, you got Arnold Road, you got New London Turnpike, and you got Tioga Ave. It's going to have a direct reflection on it. This is a major impact on top of that, this proposed development. They're saying it's a 43 unit per year build out program. If you take into consideration the Coventry Housing Authority, which has 96 affordables, the Crossroads, which was also a newly developed, has 32. And if you reference the 3 named projects, there's 234 affordable units. The number of this calculation is to satisfy a 5-year and 4-month build-out plan. This is a January 24th, 26 town staff report. State law 45-53, in addition to the increase in density, the applicant can, I'm a licensed journeyman electrician in Rhode Island. The word can is not must, it's can. And this board can take that for what it's worth. Can also seek adjustments and waivers from the local zoning code and subdivision regulation. This is not a guaranteed requirement of the Planning Commission that has the authority to grant adjustments and waivers for land use relief. I'm not going to go through every page. Okay, page 27 of the town staff report, January 24th, 26. It shows updates of material dated January 13th, 26. The 12/18/25 meeting was canceled due to a lack of quorum. The last meeting for public comment was on November 19th, 25. Any revisions, updates, or anything, we're not allowed to have public comment. Conservation Committee met on 12/11/25. Applicant tried to deny advisory for planning board. The staff reply 45-54-4 D21E, TRC review board may request from others, local boards and officials recommendations. Out of that Conservation Committee meeting, there was topics of pollution prevention. BMP for mitigation and treatment, bacteria, phosphate, and nitrogen towards Lake Tioga. There's also a bald eagle project. I sent photos of it is a live active nest. I dispute the New England bald eagle report saying unoccupied inactive nest. I've showed that it was an active nest and all the telltale signs that they are currently breeding. I have a copy of the Ecosystem Solution Survey. This was by Brandon Fanuel. He's a certified wildlife biologist. He also puts in reference Northeast Bald Eagle Screening Form. Of that screening form, this is their report. In January, the breeding season is from January 1st to July 31st. The survey was done July 2nd of 2026, within the breeding season. And there's avoidance measures while in breeding season. Place a check mark next to each AM that you cannot commit to the following. The service recommends you follow the AM to prevent your activities from disturbing the nest of bald eagles. AM 15, during the breeding season, do not fly within 1,000 feet of bald eagle's nest. They launched the drone 300 feet above the canopy on January 2nd during the breeding season. It's not signed, it's not dated. AM 16, during the breeding season, do not perform blasting or other activities that produce extremely loud noises within a half a mile of the use nest. There's been loud noises, land clearing this month, as of January 1st, estimated at 950 feet from the nest. That calculation came from their report. Again, unsigned, undated. AM 17, stay at least 330 feet from the nest if you walk, bike, canoe, camp, fish, or hunt near an eagle nest during the breeding season, and your activity will be visible or heard from the nest. January 2nd, survey of 3 biologists walking in a crisscross pattern within the site. I reached out to Rhode Island DEM. Rhode Island DEM Sam Miller has no information as of this morning on whether the New England bald eagle screening form was completed. The report where references shows a blank screening form. I'll go to the town staff report, page 10, staff recommendations on the bond. Applicant estimates $2.4 million. Town engineer estimates $3.4 million. 2% of the bond estimate is estimated at $68,376.14. I would ask that this commission take into account the potential volume of stormwater affecting the lake, abutting properties, and the potential of polluting into the lake. At least consider raising the bond example to $5 million with a 2% inspection estimate at $100,000. Or Plan B, deny the permit expecting a legal issue comparable to the Winnapaug Country Club. That was a Superior Court order that developers went against the Westerly Planning Board. That was at 2,300 unit, 30% affordable, not 25%. The planning board could not make the required positive finding regarding the environment, health, and safety impact of the proposed development. I can go on, but I'll let other people speak. Any other questions?
Were you,
Part of you were talking about the affordable numbers and then it jumped kind of like a traffic issue. Are you,
Oh, I was jumping over all different items with different pages.
so what I was trying to get at is, were you trying to say that the town doesn't need any more affordable housing? That we were going to meet the goal?
I'm saying that according to their 20-year build-out plan, we're right on target for a 5-year span. That's according to the numbers I'm getting out of their
Right. Okay.
their information.
So, okay. So, but we do, so the problem is every time we do a subdivision, only 25% of them get added. Then we build another 75% of market rate. So the percentage of affordable housing, we're constantly trying to catch up. That's been our dilemma.
Right, you're trying to
That's
meet,
why they keep coming with these comp permits.
you're trying to meet the comparable 10%.
Ideally, what I'd like
Yeah.
is a project like Woodland Manor where 100%.
Well, that would be wonderful.
Right. So unfortunately, we're kind of inching along here, but I just wanted to make it doesn't imply that without this project, the town's going to meet their affordable housing goal in a reasonable amount of time.
But the size of this project in that size of a parcel of land is a major impact. All these side streets are now through streets. And if you look at, I think it was page 28 of the deplete plan. You look at some of the abutting properties to the south, they're gonna look out the width of their lot and they're gonna see 4 units. That doesn't mingle into the neighborhood by no means. It doesn't.
I know we plan 8. Okay, anyone else in this section over here to my left? Okay, and I'll go to this. Okay, I'll start furthest over right there, second row. Yep, come on up, sir. See that yourself. Name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. My name's Ray Horbert, 21 Dixie Road. I am here to express my strong opposition to the Village at Tioga development. My concerns center on the irreversible environmental and recreational degradation of Lake Tioga and the project's direct conflict with our town's long-term vision. First, on the destruction of the woodland buffer, this proposal categorizes these 27 acres of forest as vacant open space. But this land is actually vital natural infrastructure. This woodland acts as a natural sponge and filter for the lake, displacing heat and noise while absorbing runoff. Replacing this canopy with 162 units of impervious asphalt rooftops removes a critical layer of protection for the lake. Engineering cannot perfectly replicate the complex filtration of a forest floor. And once this woodland is cleared, its natural benefits are gone forever. Second, on stormwater and water quality, while the applicant's plan may meet state standards for water volume, it fails to adequately mitigate water quality. Meeting the minimum Rhode Island DEM requirement for how fast water leaves the site does not address the pollutants it carries. By removing the natural filter of the forest, this development will inevitably increase the loading of phosphorus, nitrogen, and road salts into the lake. This directly fuels the toxic algae blooms that already force the lake closures every summer, threatening the lake's status as a recreational asset. Third, on the contradiction of our 10-year plan, this project uses a state density bonus to jump from the baseline of 39 units allowed under our R20 zoning to 162 units. This represents over 400% of what our local code permits on a sensitive slope. This is a direct violation of the Coventry Comprehensive Community Plan, which mandates that the town guide the character of development by taking into account the natural characteristics of the land. Our 10-year plan explicitly prioritizes the protection of Lake Tioga as a critical asset. It is contradictory to approve a high-density urban project that destroys a primary woodland buffer at the same time the town is spending taxpayer money on grants to fix the lake's water quality issues. The conclusion is we cannot undo the destruction of this woodland once the first tree falls. Lake Tioga is a public access asset, and we must prioritize its long-term health over private density. I urge the commission to require a more rigorous, independent environmental impact study and to significantly reduce the unit count to a level this ecosystem can actually sustain. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, still working in the center? Oh, okay, come on up.
My name's Kristen Barron. I live at 255 East Shore Drive, and I'm going to be reading a statement on behalf of myself, but also my neighbor Colleen Elias, who lives at 8 Hillcrest Drive and was unable to attend tonight. Doug, I think there's a video that she sent in. If we could put that up for everyone to see. Yep. Colleen Elias, Elias, and she's at 8 Hillcrest Drive. So I'll just provide a voiceover while we're watching the video. Going. So this is East Shore Drive heading towards Tioga Elementary School from Rawlinson during school dismissal. Twice a day during morning drop-off and afternoon pickup, parents line up their cars on one side of the street to drop off and pick up their children. And you'll see parents and children and a school representative walking in the middle of the street because there are no sidewalks. The street effectively becomes a one-way street, and you'll see that car right there coming in the opposite direction that has to pull over off the side of the road so that two cars can actually pass down. Our neighbors who walk their children to and from school can attest that they have almost been hit by vehicles while walking their children to and from school. And as you can imagine, with the most recent snowstorm and what may be another one coming our way this weekend, the conditions are much more difficult to navigate and pose a great risk to the residents, students, and school employees. This video speaks for itself in terms of the safety concerns related to adding more children and families from the site's 162 homes, with a target demographic that includes young families. This area was not included in the traffic study, and it should be reviewed and the results documented prior to you considering approval of this project. A few additional points on safety. Turning onto Tioga Ave at the intersection of East Shore Drive has been an issue since the Oaks development was completed. Residents trying to exit the neighborhood cannot see oncoming traffic from Tioga Ave on the left due to the obstructed view, so you have to pull all the way to the end of East Shore Drive when you're trying to exit. So cars traveling east on Tioga that want to turn into the neighborhood don't have enough room to turn in. Therefore, they have to stop on Tioga and wait for the car on East Shore to pull out. With the additional traffic that will be generated on East Shore Drive due to the site access road that is proposed in the plans, this intersection will become more dangerous and traffic will inevitably back up on Tioga Ave more frequently. We're uncertain as to why this wasn't highlighted in the traffic study. Second, the shortest route to Tioga Ave for areas 2 and 3 will be via East Shore Drive. Vehicles from the site access road heading towards Tioga Ave will pass a cluster of mailboxes that service 33 homes in the Oaks. To pick up your mail, you have to park on East Shore Drive because there's no parking area, nor are there sidewalks or streetlights. A variance was obtained to lessen the width of the road in the Oaks at East Shore, and therefore East Shore Drive is not wide enough for two cars to be able to pass simultaneously. This area by the mailboxes is currently a safety concern for residents, especially at night. Additional traffic from areas 2 and 3 coming down East Shore Drive and past the mailboxes is a major safety concern for the Oaks at East Shore residents. And again, we're asking why wasn't this considered in the traffic study? It appears to us that the traffic study simply counted cars with no consideration to the factors that we're raising. In regards to Tiffany Road, the applicant's response to the traffic peer review on November 5th, the applicant reported that the one-way section of Tiffany Road did not have, quote, sufficient width for any widening, that there are wetlands implicated as well as a significant drop-off in topography, private improvements in addition to telephone poles and mailboxes, which would not allow for any widening of the roadway. To note, this eastern section of the roadway is inbound to the site only, one way, and would only service area 3 of the development. The estimated traffic utilizing the one-way road is nominal. But in their subsequent traffic letter from Crossman Engineering, the applicant agreed to widening this portion of the Tiffany Road to be consistent with the 12-foot width. We're curious as to what happened to those wetlands, the drop off in topography, the private improvements, the telephone poles, and the mailboxes that originally precluded the ability to widen the road. These two statements from the applicant do not add up. Regarding widening Tiffany Road to 12 feet, Crossman Engineering states these improvements should safely and adequately service public safety vehicles. Our understanding is that in Rhode Island, fire access roads need an unobstructed width of at least 20 feet. Can a fire truck make it around the corner of a one-way section of Tiffany Road if it's only 12 feet wide? Will the fire chief assure the public that emergency vehicles will be able to get to areas 2 and 3 via the one-way section of Tiffany Road if it's only 12 feet? Crossman also states that linking areas 2 and 3 would, quote, potentially result in the additional site-related traffic from the south along New London Turnpike to use Tiffany Road, with approximately 2 to 10 vehicles during daily peak hours associated with former Area 2. Where are they getting those numbers? Area 2 has 50 plus units. Are they thinking that only residents of 5 of those homes, assuming 2 cars per unit, in a neighborhood with young families, young professionals, and empty nesters will be driving into the neighborhood from New London Turnpike during peak hours? Common sense will tell you that that estimate is way off. Also, Crossman doesn't appear to consider the likelihood that more and more people are going to drive through Tiffany once it is newly paved and widened. They themselves mention that the current condition of the road is, quote, discouraging its use for access to the neighborhood. Contrary to what was stated by a representative at the last meeting, Google Maps does direct you down Tiffany Road when you're coming from Route 95 in order to get to the neighborhoods surrounding this site. So it's important to note that Tiffany will now serve as the main route from 95 in the center of New England for 104 new homes. We are not traffic study experts, but statements like the estimated traffic utilizing the one-way road is nominal and potentially 2 to 10 additional vehicles will be added just doesn't make logical sense. We also question how this additional traffic will not pose an environmental and noise issue for the individuals who live on that one-way section of Tiffany Road. Regarding the density issues, in the 1960s neighborhood referenced on page 2 of the revised plan, those are almost a mile away from the site. At the last meeting, Mr. Bradley, the engineer, stated that a lot of nearby development have much smaller lots than the R20 lot size of 20,000 square feet. How did 2 neighborhoods that are almost a mile away constitute a lot of nearby development? The developments almost completely surrounding the site are half an acre or larger. Plan 2 of the revised plan set does not notate that East Shore Drive, which abuts a large portion of the proposed development, is a neighborhood that averages about 1.5 units per acre. The applicant is requesting roughly a 1/10 of an acre lot per unit, slightly larger, 0.1148 to be exact. And in the 1960s neighborhood reference, there's only 1 lot that is roughly that size. Yet the project documentation consistently references the village at Tioga as promoting neighborhood compatibility. This is not compatible with the existing homes in the area. Page 7 of the planning expert report acknowledges that properties situated to the northwest and south are classified R20. However, it does not consider the fact that those lots abut at least 3/4 of the proposed site. Not only are these homes classified in this manner, they're all on a half acre or lots or larger. This is not mentioned at all in the report. How do Crossroads or the Coventry Housing Authority, which abut only a very small portion of the site, constitute evidence of neighborhood compatibility when the other 3/4 of the site is surrounded by lots of a half acre or more? Our last concerns are related to the stormwater and the environmental issues. The Planning Commission already approved a waiver regarding identifying 50-plus-year-old trees. These trees are protected not only because of their historical significance, but they are vital habitats for birds. They store vast amounts of carbon to offset greenhouse gas emissions. They filter the air and water and prevent erosion. And most important to this project, their roots grow deep, absorbing more rainwater and slowing runoff. Don't we want to mitigate flooding risk in the area given that it's already wrought with flooding issues? It's disappointing to us that the Planning Commission already approved this waiver because the applicant stated that it was impracticable and will create hardship. At the last meeting, Mr. Bradley said, Understanding that there are some flooding issues in the area, it's not our obligation to fix that. We didn't create the problem, we can't exacerbate it, but our client has asked us to look at what we can do to relieve some of that. We've over-designed some of the drainage system to handle that. The applicant did create the flooding issues in this area. Mr. Bradley appears to be claiming that their over-design of this drainage system of the site is, quote, going to handle that. What exactly does that mean? What is it going to handle? Mr. Bradley also said of areas 2 and 3, there's known flooding issues in this area. We're doing our best to really capture as much as we can. Doing your best? How is that good enough for those of us in homes in the area built by the applicant who are already experiencing flooding in our yards and in our basements? Can the planning committee guarantee that there won't be worse flooding in the areas adjacent to the site? And if there is, what remediation steps will the town take? We're really concerned about the impact that the village at Tioga will have on a multitude of drainage issues we already have in the Oaks at East Shore. Our neighborhood cannot handle more water. Our detention ponds have water in them for several days after it rains. The detention pond on East Shore Drive continues to overflow into the Coventry Housing Authority when we get a lot of rain. They were supposedly built to handle a 100-year storm. They are not suited for that. What assurance do the residents of the Oaks at East Shore, as well as Minglewood Drive, have that the development will not add to any already existing terrible water problems? Also, at the last planning meeting, there was some discussion regarding who will be responsible for the maintenance of the filtration system in the new development. There were questions about the basins being vacuumed out, pipes flushed, sediment removed. We have lived at the Oaks at East Shore for 3 years, and to our knowledge, none of the aforementioned maintenance has been done in those drainage areas. Can we be confident that the proper maintenance steps will be taken for the proposed development? Is the town of Coventry going to take care of the maintenance in the village at Tioga if their HOA does not? In closing, in the meeting last November, Mr. Bradley said, "We really value the input of the community. The community is here, and we're speaking loudly and clearly. This project continues to pose a serious safety, density, and drainage concerns. In light of these concerns, we strongly urge that you deny this comprehensive permit request. We appreciate the planning committee providing us an open forum to express our concerns, and we hope that you take them seriously as you consider this proposal." Thank you.
Thank you. Sticking with this area here. Anybody else over here?
Right down in front.
Yep. Can't see you behind the light.
Gonna move this here. There we go. Greg Rice, 249 East Shore Drive. Last week, I held an open door meeting at my house, and many of the residents who are here behind me showed up to speak to Senator Raptakis, who's also here. And today, Senator Raptakis was to send this letter to you. I'm not sure if you received it. I received it, denouncing the project. And I'm not going to read it entirely, but the quote here, quote, "I urge you to deny this project and protect the community and residents who would be severely impacted by this development," unquote. So I wanted to mention that. Next, I strongly disagree with the applicant's counsel in regards to Westerly, and I'll tell you why. A recent Superior Court decision upheld the Westerly Planning Board's rejection of a large housing development, a development far larger in scale than the one before us. It's 13 times larger. Yet it was rejected on grounds that are remarkably relevant and similar to the village at Tioga. In that case, Rhode Island Superior Court upheld the planning board's denial of that 2,300 unit project because the board had based its decision on competent evidence and public opposition, showing that the project was inconsistent with the community's comprehensive planning goals, created unmitigated impacts, and failed to align with the town's and neighborhood's stated needs, even though the project included affordable housing. The key takeaway from Superior Court Judge Jeffrey Lanfear's decision was not about the number of units. It was about process, evidence, and responsible planning. And Judge Lanfear said in his decision, quote, "The planning board states the application failed to offer a variety in the housing, failed to maintain the character of the surrounding community, and failed to meet the needs of individuals and families. The planning board specified the size and scope of the proposed development do not reflect the mix of unit types required to meet local needs or the existing character of the neighborhood or the town of Westerly. While recognizing the need for additional affordable housing, the town recognized its concomitant responsibility of safeguarding the town's orderly development. Surely, the planning board does not serve to rubber stamp an application, even though it requests affordable housing. The planning board is charged with applying its reasoned discretion, unquote. That's from the judge. Here in Coventry, we're facing our own Westerly style proposal. The village at Tioga raises many of the same concerns that the Westerly board found persuasive. Traffic impacts not adequately mitigated, stormwater concerns without fully convincing solutions, and a scale and character that stands in stark contrast to the existing pattern of development in the neighborhood. And in our case here, we have a history and pattern with this exact developer. And he's never done anything like this project here. What more contrast would be needed there? The Westerly decision makes clear that local planning commissions and zoning boards are not rubber stamps and are not formalities. They matter. And that they should also not be intimidated. Not be intimidated by developers, not be intimidated by state leaders, and not be intimidated by weak local bureaucrats. Planning commissions are entrusted with evaluating whether a project fits local context, local infrastructure, and most importantly, local needs. Do we need this? The approval or denial of a project like this must be grounded in evidence, not simply acquiescence to a developer's proposal or a potential gubernatorial candidate's political agenda. In Westerly, the planning board had the benefit of a recent community-specific comprehensive plan study. That is a roadmap that identifies local needs and goals. We do not, in Coventry, have a current or recently updated comprehensive plan that tells us what our community truly needs. That's not good, and Bob the Builder is leaning into that. We can't blame him. We really can't. But that does not and should not mean that developers have a free pass to push forward any project with minimal scrutiny. The absence of a comprehensive plan does not eliminate the board's obligation to evaluate impacts thoughtfully. In this case, I and every one of the thousands of others opposing this project are all the comprehensive plan that you need. We are telling you what we want and, most importantly, what we don't want. A lack of an up-to-date plan does not equate to a waiver of standards or a muting of public outcry. Indeed, the Westerly case reinforces that when a planning board does take a hard look at local impacts, supports its decision with competent evidence, and upholds its responsibility to protect the community, that decision can stand, even under the strongest legal scrutiny in the state. Here in Coventry, we have raised legitimate evidence, a lot of it, including expert peer review comments, documented traffic volume concerns, stormwater and drainage issues, the reality of existing neighborhood conditions, and lesser discussed, the swindling and deception bestowed upon all of these wonderful new homeowners who were not told the truth about this development when they bought their very expensive house. Additionally, one should also consider the number of lawsuits that have been brought forward against this applicant from very unhappy and angry clients who cannot use their homes as intended. We are not here arguing against housing. We are arguing for housing that fits, housing that is responsibly sited, appropriately scaled, and supported by infrastructure. What about Tioga Elementary? At capacity. And new children in this neighborhood have to be bused to other schools. It's very sad when they live steps away from Tioga Elementary School. We are arguing that Coventry deserves a process that reflects careful planning, not just expediency and submission. I rise tonight to also call attention to a deeper issue that strikes at the heart of public trust. Who really benefits when approvals are granted, and when? We all know a hard truth about government. Many politicians and public officials don't get rich while in office. They get rich after they leave it. They approve projects. They build relationships. They create goodwill with powerful developers like Bob. And later, those same developers become clients, employers, or partners. It's just how it works. This isn't a conspiracy theory. It's a well-documented pattern in American politics and land use. This goes all the way up the ladder to former presidents, for example. And that's why tonight's concern is not personal, it is structural. Coventry's Director of Planning and Development, Doug McLean, is not only a municipal official, he is also actively engaged as a private planning consultant and expert witness for developers across Rhode Island, advocating frequently for density bonuses, variances, and major similar style development approvals statewide. And if we look at the lofts at Fairgrounds, this is a 311 unit development before South Kingstown right now. It's 6 multifamily buildings.
Mr. Chairman, I don't.
And I am speaking.
I don't think this.
Yeah, this is, that type of topic, you're getting off topic.
I'm
It's
getting
not
to the
appropriate.
point. And I
Yeah, but
listen
it-
to everybody else speak. I would appreciate the same courtesy. Thank you. So, Mr. McLean is listed on this project as a land use consultant.
Excuse me, we're gonna stop because right now, Mr. McLean is acting, he has a fiduciary responsibility to the town. I believe he
I
does.
understand that.
I think your comments are subjective. There's been no, it's not directly tied to this project, and I'm not gonna allow it. I'm not gonna allow it.
I'll move on.
Thank you.
Well, I'll move on from here. I'll move on from the project in Woonsocket that Doug is also working on. And I'll move on to this. Doug oversees staff review. Okay, technical findings, questions and answers, and provides a voice of experience. He's very intelligent. He also provides procedural flow for one of the largest and most controversial projects Coventry has seen in decades. I am not alleging corruption. I am not alleging an illegal conflict. But what I am raising, Mr. Chairman, is the appearance of an incentive-based bias. That is my point. Okay?
No, it's not. It's not. You're getting off topic. If you have something to speak about this particular project,
I think the public
I think you've
has
pretty
the
much
same
covered it.
concerns as me. That's why I brought it up. He has a dual role in the state, and his address,
There are other
His address-
avenues you can take if you want to argue that point. He is an employee of the town. He was hired
Correct.
by the town and he's here, and we don't work for him and he does not work for us.
Yep.
He just is simply a resource that we use to evaluate
Yes.
these. And he has a fiduciary responsibility to the town and to the taxpayers. And
Yes.
if there's an issue with that, take it to the appropriate people,
Well, I
which is
think-
the town manager or the council.
the commission should know that he lists Town Hall's address and Town Hall's phone number on the project for South Kingston. So he's using the office doubly for your role and for his private role.
Mr. Chairman,
That's my point.
What's that? I'm sorry?
now just to say.
That is a
we're off
major
topic.
conflict.
I'm sorry.
We're off.
One second.
We're off
Yeah, we're
topic.
way off topic again.
Okay.
This is a personal attack. This has nothing
It's
to
not
do
personal.
with
I
the
don't know Doug.
project.
I
I'm
have no
sorry?
idea. I have no idea who Doug is. This is not personal. This is facts.
It is. To us, it is. I'm just going to stop it right there. Please.
Oh, okay. I'm pissed off too. No criminal
No,
activities.
sir. Sir, no, hold on. Mr. Reyes, listen, please, you're done. If you have something else to say about this particular project, the engineering drawings that were brought up, the testimony of the experts, if you have expert testimony or your own professionals you want to bring up to dispute those facts, that's fine. But we're not going to go that far off topic. So
Okay.
just
Sure.
do us a favor. I don't know how much more you have on the piece of paper, but if it's one more thing that sounds personal, we're just going to cut it off right there.
Sure.
Okay.
So I'll talk about the staff report now. Okay. And I'll be brief. I wanted to bring up a quote from that report. And it says this, quote, despite planning staff's concerns with community character and nuisance impacts as expressed herein, the technical evidence on the record suggests that this proposal is consistent with the required standards for approval of a comprehensive permit application as mandated in state law, unquote. So taken together, the staff report makes clear that the recommendation to approve is not a finding that the project is a good fit for Coventry, but rather a conclusion under current state law, the proposal meets the minimum criteria required for a comprehensive permit. This places the responsibility squarely before the Planning Commission to weigh not only technical compliance, but also the broader obligation to protect neighborhood character, quality of life, and the long-term planning interests of the town. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we, who else is going to be here? How many more people do we have to speak? Because at some point, we're just going to take like a 10 or 15-minute break. Do you maybe think now would be a good time? It's 20 minutes and 9. We're going to go till at least 10. We've still got all these people left to speak. I think, how about a 10-minute recess in case someone needs to get a drink of water or use the restroom? Okay, 10 minutes. It's 20 minutes and 9 now, so we'll be back at, say, 10 of 9. Okay, and before we get started, I just want to let everyone know, we turn the projector off because the light is gleaming in our face. But if someone needs to reference one of the plans, we'll gladly turn it back on. Okay? Okay, so we're at public comment and we were in this area over here. Anyone over here? I'll just move over to the first person with the hand up right there. Third row back. Yeah. Come on up to the microphone. I'm sorry. Best I can do is try to make eye contact and hope you know who I'm picking on, calling out. Okay, yeah, you can adjust that down wherever you need it.
All the way
Okay.
down.
Yep, as long as we can hear you. Does the poll go down at all?
I don't-
Cody might be able to help you out. Hold on one sec. That way you don't embarrass yourself by breaking it. Yeah, much better.
Like a midget.
I don't know about that.
Ollie
Okay.
Albert Road.
Okay, so just state your name and address, please, for the record, and then go right ahead.
Mia Ionati, 198 Cartha Boulevard, Coventry, Rhode Island. So first I'd like to address, as you must all know, I'm running for candidate for District 4, Town Council. And one thing that hit me was the fair shares fee and the Town Council risk. The applicant seeks waiver of fair share development fees of $6,878 per affordable unit. 41 units is $281,998. The staff confirms Planning Commission cannot waive it.
Right.
But authority lies with Town Council.
Correct.
Okay. That sets a pressure for Town Council later, and this is a foreseeable fiscal risk.
That's the town charter. We have no control over that. We do not set the fees,
Right.
the impact.
But that's just me calling that out. Being
Right,
on the council,
but-
that's definitely a foreseeable risk. The 46 4-bedroom units, the state law prevents limiting below 3 bedrooms, but does not require approval of 4-bedroom units. But there's no document on the project page that includes a school impact analysis for it, a household size sensitivity analysis, a revised traffic model accounting for the 4-bedroom households, correct?
No, and the staff report says up to he's asked for.
Right, but it does not require approval for it to happen. So none of these analyses have been done, correct?
I don't know. You can leave that and they'll respond to everybody that comes to the microphone with their issues after. So if
Okay.
you're asking that to be
Okay.
something that needs to be looked into, state
Yeah,
it that way, and then
I'll
we'll let
email
their
them.
traffic engineer
Okay.
answer that.
The Tiffany Road emergency access, conditional, not guaranteed. The record actually says on page 5, 6, 12, and 13, the west section widened to 22 feet. East section limited to 12 feet one way. Town relies on peer review, fire and police concurrence. Constraints omitted, the right-of-way limits, the stone walls, the topography, the vegetation removal, still subject to field inspection. But what's not in the record, no winter operations analysis, no parked vehicle obstruction analysis, no failure mode contingency if the road cannot be cleared or widened further. Acceptable is not the same as enforceable. If emergency access depends on future coordination and field decisions, the finding is conditional, not definitive. The HOA failure, long-term municipal liability. Pages 6, 7, 15, 16. HOA responsible for stormwater systems, maintenance enforcement. The town may enforce, but enforcement requires the staff time, legal action, municipal expense. What's not stated is no cost estimate for enforcement. No designated town department responsible. No reserve backup if HOA becomes insolvent. The HOA failure is a known foreseeable risk. Courts recognize that.
Right, but I just want to add right there, the town would lien all the property in there.
Okay,
That's
Okay.
what,
okay. Affordable house, and we'll have that in writing. I mean, will people have that?
it's in there. It's in the HOA documents that they attached.
Okay. Affordable housing compliance. The staff report is page 4, page 15. No monitoring agent identified. The applicant proposes proportional construction, but enforcement is future-based. Monitoring agent agreement deferred to final plan stage. Without a monitoring agent identified and bound, affordable housing compliance is aspirational, it's not enforceable.
It'll be at final plan.
What?
That's the next step of approval.
Okay, I'm just
No,
stating.
no, okay.
The 4-bedroom homes materially increase the traffic volume, emergency service calls, school enrollment, municipal operating costs. Without the modeling, the commission can't make required findings on safety and infrastructure impacts. So that would need to be looked at. The infrastructure under bonded, if it fails or is incomplete, the town bears the cost. Taxpayers absorb the risk. The commission's finding of financial protection becomes indefensible. The long-term municipal liability on the HOA, maintenance of stormwater systems, ongoing compliance. Town may enforce through legal action. That staff report, page 6, 7, 15, 16. No estimate of the town enforcement cost. No, same thing, no town department responsible, no reserve mechanism if HOA becomes insolvent. HOA failure is documented, foreseeable issue in municipal land use cases. I said the town council. And a lot of it is mostly about the bonding, which I could cover that for you to let other people go, but a lot of those analysis aren't done. And there's I have a lot of other things, but
What analysis?
the ones I just said about the 4, about what happens in the winter. I mean, we have.
Oh, okay. That was different. I thought you were referring to the
There's-
bonding
there's-
again.
there's-
Because the town engineer provided the bond estimate as well as the applicant. So we haven't acted on that
Is
yet.
is that bonding every single piece of equipment? Is that adding into age and usage? Because,
So the bond is to make sure it's built correctly in the first place, then he gets it back.
okay, and then what happens when all the equipment fails?
What equipment?
For all the sewer and all the pump out equipment, all of that? What happens when all that fails and you end up having, who's held responsible to placement?
The HOA.
The HOA, and how are we holding them responsible?
The town liens their property. If they don't maintain it, they step in and take it over.
It doesn't say it in any of this paperwork.
I'll go back, but I'll go back on the HOA to make sure that's included.
Yeah, because it's not in there.
Yep, and I
So-
appreciate you bringing that up.
Okay. And, okay, so I'll let other people know. Thank you.
Yep, thanks. Sure.
Take your time, better. You're all good.
What do you get, technical problem? Okay, sure. We're just gonna give her a minute to get herself straight with the IT. Who's the next person?
Come on up.
Okay, sir, come on up. You just won't be able to say anything until she gets her computer going because she can't type. I'm sorry?
He's got to adjust. his mic.
Yeah. If I could see how tall everyone was, they were sitting down, I could call you up and order a height. You all set? Okay, if you're sure.
You're fine, Heather. You're good.
Cold.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
My name is Kevin Prout. I live at 23 Beach Street. And I am a former retired builder. But before that, I worked for two major developers in Rhode Island, building shopping centers and condominiums. So I have a little bit of a background with developers. And I feel this developer is utilizing a well-meaning but very flawed law to cause a tremendous impact that is really way beyond what should be allowed. Really, this piece of property, it should not support this type of development. And I just have a couple of points I want to make. Just let me know when it's okay. 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 As far as the impact fee, I know that's not your purview, but I did a little calculation and I found that to be about $38 a month for a $7,000 increase in a mortgage. It's certainly with this type of high impact type of development, $38, the town council should never even think about waiving this type of fee. $38 a month, anybody can afford that. As far as requirement or their request for 4-bedroom units, this is already an extraordinarily high impact development. Why they would even think, or why you would even think to allow 4-bedroom units when the state law does not allow it, and they're already overdoing the development, is beyond me. I just can't imagine why you would even think about allowing a 4-bedroom unit. My next point is, as far as Tiffany Road is concerned, from what I read from the staff report, you will be allowing them to complete 44 units before they are required to finish the improvements to Tiffany Road, if I'm not mistaken. And I don't understand, and I was wondering if anybody can enlighten me, why this type of impact, heavy machinery, all types of earth-moving equipments, contractors, why they would be allowed to use this property for a good part of 2 years until 44 units are finished before they are required to finish this road. I think they should finish the improvements to Tiffany Road before they even start this project. I think that's only fair to the neighbors that are being highly impacted by this. I live on the lake and I'm worried about pollution, but I can see these local neighbors being highly impacted on Tiffany Road. You know, I'm sure you've all seen that road. It's ridiculous. Why can't they finish this road? Am I allowed to ask that question? Is there any reason why 44 units are allowed to be finished?
They'll address the comments. In other words, the attorney for the applicant is making notes
Okay.
of all the comments, and then we're going to wait for those rebuttals to
Okay.
the
Well, I certainly
thoughtful comments that you're raising
Yeah.
to make sure that the board can kind of weigh
Good,
both sides
good,
and
good.
see what their answers are.
Yeah, I mean, to think that a year and a half, 2 years might go by before 44 units is done is not fair to the neighbors when they're already being, abused in such a manner. As far as the 100-year storms surge, we've seen the center of New England when their retention ponds broke and flooded our lake with silt and sand. That took many years to get fixed. Cambio didn't fix that. You know, we had terrible pollution in the lake for quite a period of time. So these 100-year storms are not happening every few years, it seems, not every 100 years. And I'm wondering if the baseline has been changed to reflect that these 100-year storms are happening much more frequently. You know, these 5-inch rainstorms, 6-inch rainstorms. So again, we are extremely concerned with any type of pollution, from 50% coverage of roofs and asphalt and people pouring oil down the drain. That's, that's going to end up in the lake. If there had been 39 units on this land, there would have been plenty of grass and dirt to absorb all this excess water. But look at 50% coverage. That water is going to end up in our lake. And as people have mentioned, we've had enough of these blue-green algae blooms for a lifetime in just the last years. I've been on the lake 40 years, and it's getting worse and worse and worse. Please don't let it get worse, please. So this developer is maximizing their profit at the expense of all these neighbors just because of this one law. I don't think it's fair. And I know you have to deal with it. Maybe the state is going to force that on us, but you can mitigate these factors. So anyway, thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Anyone else in the middle section? Then, okay, in red, and then I'll come to you, sir. And you, sir. And you. You gotta lower it now.
It's okay. I'm the runt.
There you go.
Good evening. For my next routine, good evening. My name is Kathleen Cleary. I live at 74 Tiffany Road, Coventry. I have a couple of points. The first is regarding the staff report on page 6. There is a proposed condition, stormwater, open space. So it says.
Can you get a little closer? Because we can't hear you.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Might not be the height is closer, but it's up to you.
So Nick, is that any better?
Just raise it up a little, like, yeah.
Is that better?
That should be fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
So on the staff report on page 6, it says the applicant has presented a detailed stormwater management plan. Per this plan, the stormwater flow will be diverted from the majority of land within areas 2 and 3 into Complex B Pond in the southwestern section of the site. In the event of a 100-year storm overflow, the stormwater from Complex Pond B is designed to flow into the surrounding western wetlands and then downstream into Lake Tioga, as opposed to any neighboring residential properties, In response to engineering staff comments, the applicant agreed to incorporate an overflow pipe from the underground infiltration system, UISE, to ensure that the downstream housing is protected from a 100-year storm event exceedance. My question is, how are they going to do this? It sounds to me that there's going to be a pond for overflow. And then what happens if it overflows? It says that it's going to have some type of underground infiltration system. How is that done? Is it going into the wetland area? Is it going into Tiffany Lake? How is this being managed? It doesn't, there's no description on how it's going to be managed unless it's spelled out in the revised program.
And I'll let them respond to that.
Yeah, so that's a concern. Because in the last meeting in November, the developer said that they were going to run a pipe to to Tioga Lake. So then on Dupreet's development on page 5, they have a 33-foot right-of-way on lot number 47, which is owned by the Oaks at East Shore HOA. Now, this lot abuts lot number 44, which is owned by someone that lives in Charleston, and their property, lot number 44, abuts Lake Tioga. So why would the developer need a 33-foot right-of-way on the property? What's the basis of that?
Where are we referring, just so I can look on the plan?
Page 8.
No, I mean on the plan. What lot? What?
So I think it's on Dupree's revised page 5. So I don't know if you can pull it up.
I think I found it.
Yeah, go ahead. Is it lot 42 or?
It is lot 47. AP
Oh, yeah,
23,
yeah,
lot 47, the
okay.
Oaks at East Street HOA.
Okay, so now if you could just I just want to make a note of where it was. I'm not
Okay.
going to get an answer yet. I'll let them respond, but what does it say?
So there is a 33-foot wide right of way,
Yeah,
and it says per plan reference 7. So it's the full width
yeah.
of the property. And my question is, why? What is the intent of having this right of way?
Well,
When you're
I think it already exists and it says they're going to use it, but I'll let them respond. I found it
gonna
on the
use-
plan. It's flagged in here. It's.
Well, I'm
highlighted.
trying to figure out or trying to ascertain if that right of way is to get access to the subsequent lot next to them, lot 44, to be able to run a pipe, a drainage pipe to Lake Tioga. So I just wanted to throw this out there as something to chew on of, is this something that might come down? Because it's right at the corner where the holding pond.
Yeah, it runs right along the entire boundary of Route 47 in Tioga Lake, right along the boundary.
Correct.
Okay.
So I just want to bring this to your
So,
attention.
yeah, I just wanted to know where it was to make sure that we get a response.
Okay. So the next is that I have is, last year I was talking with the gentleman that lives at 82 Old North Road, which intersects with Tiffany Road. So if you're coming off of, I apologize, New London Road, you come down Tiffany.
Yep.
And he lives right at the intersection of Tiffany and Old North Road,
Before Old North Road or after?
right at that intersection.
Right, that there's two lots at the intersection.
So as you're coming down Tiffany from Old North Road, you go to take a right, sorry. So it's the house that's right on the right-hand side.
So it's before
So
Old
the
North
gentleman
Road.
has an
Yep.
8-foot stockade fence up. He said he put the stockade fence up because people use Tiffany Road as a cutoff as opposed to using Angus because they were driving across his road, across his yard. He put rocks up. They were still going over the rocks. He put the fence up. And he says a couple of times people have still hit the fence, coming around the turn too fast and not having control. So traffic is definitely a problem. People using Tiffany Road as opposed to driving down to Angus. It's going to get even worse once this development goes in. My proposal, my suggestion is on page 8 of the revised Dupree plan is to create a dead end between area 2 and area 3. This was something that was brought up as opposed to a continuation. As you see on either side, there is like a swath of green open space, if they want to call it that. Just cover that road up, leave it as a dead end. There really is not much open space, as the developer is saying. You have narrow little areas of grassy sections, so they want to call that open. The little triangle area where the holding pond is, that's really not much of an open space for all of this congestion. You've just got people living on top of each other, and it's just going to be a freaking, a nightmare. So the housing, the images of the houses that are presented, I've mentioned this prior when the first meeting came up. These are not images that are owned by the developer. These are just images that are presented of what possibly could be done. I am urging this board to make this developer actually show what facilities they are going to be putting into this neighborhood, what houses, what plans, elevation they own that they plan to develop, that they plan to put in this area. Not just some, this looks nice. This looks nice. You might get this, you might not get this. They must be mandated to bring in designs of what they are actually going to build on this property. And I believe that's everything I have.
Okay. Thank you.
Have a wonderful evening.
You too.
Thank you.
Just one clarification while you're still up there. So you're advocating that they switch the plan back to the two dead ends and don't connect the roads?
To a dead end, we're here.
Well, they just changed it based on the comments from the last meeting and connected them. Yeah.
Maybe I wasn't at the last meeting.
Oh,
I mean, I'm just looking.
most for public safety, they wanted them connected.
I'm thinking, looking at this as a raceway. I mean, that's just a racetrack waiting to happen. You know, particularly where you have that roundabout, that's, you know,
No. Oh, this,
you know, if
the
you want
circle?
the circle,
Yeah.
it's just,
Yeah. Well, one of the other advantages is if you're coming in from Old North, you don't have to use Tiffany Road to get in there. You can come in Minglewood and,
one would like to think that, but it ain't gonna
but
happen.
it'll go the other way too. Yep.
Yeah,
People get into area two will use Tiffany. Yep.
yeah. You know.
Okay, it was over to the right. Yep, the gentleman with the brown coat and then Senator, you'll be next. Yep. Bye. We'll get there. Thank you.
Mark Lemoy, 34 Island Drive, Coventry. Mark Lemoy, 34 Island Drive, Coventry. So as many others that came up before me, my major concern is drainage in all three areas, especially into Tyoke Lake with the pollution that could occur. But areas 1 and 2, I'm particularly concerned about for two reasons. I had some personal experience with it. So I think one of you tonight up there said that, you know, after the developer's gone, it becomes a town's problem. Well, I want to expand upon that. You're exactly right. It does become the town's problem, but it also becomes the individual residents' problems, taxpayers and residents' problems. We're the ones that have to pump out our basements if there are drainage problems. And the reason I'm concerned about drainage is this is the same developer, and I'm assuming the same engineers that did Oaks, East Shore Oaks. And we all know that that is completely flooded out and caused some major damage to the Coventry Housing Authority building. My mother-in-law lives in there. We got the call 4 o'clock in the morning. Fire department was carrying her out. Water was almost halfway up to her knees. Created a lot of damage to all our personal property. And how are we to believe that if those permits were granted by DEM, by the state, by the town, whatever, that it isn't going to happen again? Because it happened on the first time. So this development is going right in between the Oaks at East Shore and the Coventry Housing Authority. You can pull into that parking lot today, and their major parking lot in the back is still blocked off. It's all sandbagged and barricaded. They lose, like this past snowstorm, Coventry Housing, all the elderly there, they've lost the ability to move their cars to this holding lot for plowing to occur. The elderly can't go out in this snow and move their cars. So I'm very concerned that it's going to exacerbate the problem with flooding there. The other flooding, drainage, stormwater concern is going down Route 3. So Route 3 going down towards West Warwick is a pretty steep hill, and it's sloped towards Gillis Street, which I own a property on. Been dealing with flooding there for years. The water comes down Route 3 like a river during heavy rainstorms. And what does it do? It takes a left turn because Gillis Street is sloped down. It's also a slight hill. One of the neighbors right on Route 3 took a good chunk of their yard and put all rocks there. If you're driving down Route 3 looking on the left going towards West Warwick, and that's because of flooding. The water comes down there like a river. Now, like, granted, that's a state road. So the state, you know, the town says it's a state problem. And then on Gillis Street is a town road, but the town says it's a state problem. It's all finger pointing. I'm just concerned that this is going to continue to add more and more water onto Route 3, drainage, stormwater issues, which we have to deal with. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Chairman, on the next meeting, probably two mics, one tall one and one short one. This way we save time on adjustment. First of all, I want to congratulate you for being elected as chairman. I wrote a letter this morning and I addressed it as vice chairman.
Oh.
But also tonight, Representative Serpa was supposed to be with us. She is joining us on Zoom to comment later on. And Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, I just want to quickly read the letter that you probably did receive early this morning.
We all got it.
I've been, I left this morning, 4:00 in the morning, went to DC, came back this afternoon. We had a judiciary committee where we filled 4 vacancies to the judiciary. Now I'm back right here. So it's been a long day for myself. And so anyway, I just want to say that I want to add my voice to those who have come forward opposing the Village of Tioga Housing Development Project. The proposed construction of the 176 single and multi-family units on a 27-acre parcel near Lake Tioga should be rejected because of the following reasons. The high-density project relies on access through narrow residential streets that in no way were meant to accommodate the volume of traffic, on-street parking, and service calls that the new units will generate. While the developer promises compliance with storm water regulations, the establishment of the project of this scope essentially shifts future infrastructure risks onto the town and nearby residents. The scope of this project will necessarily lead to changes in grading and stormwater runoff patterns that will undoubtedly affect nearby properties and Lake Tioga itself. The regulatory relief being sought by the developer is excessive and demands careful consideration. The stated intent to create more housing is an honorable one. However, if the impact of the project results in public safety concerns such as pedestrian safety and emergency vehicle access, while at the same time raising significant environmental concerns that quality of life issues for the existing community, then the project cannot go forward. If you cannot work out an agreement with the developer as we're going forward, I urge you to deny this project and protect the community residents who would be severely impacted by this development. Sincerely, Leonidas Raptakis. And my name is, I'm sorry to, at the beginning, it's Leonidas Raptakis, Leonidas Raptakis, 2080 Nooseneck Hill Road. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, first of all, I want to commend you. You spent hours and hours on this project, and also the town planning commissioner and legal counsel. I've been here many, many years representing this community. We fought a lot of battles, whether it's Johnson's Pond or the Coventry sewer projects, but you've spent many, many hours on this one project, and you've done your due diligence. And that's why I think it's very important that myself and Representative Serpa also help you while speaking to legal counsel. I think it's time that we draft legislation to bond these private improvement projects. I think that's a tool that you definitely need. Hearing from earlier what was said. The other issue is there's been over 21 pieces of legislation that have been passed regarding housing. We have a housing crisis in the state of Rhode Island. Some of them I voted against, some of them I voted for. But for developers to take advantage of these pieces of legislation is totally, totally wrong. And that's why we've introduced last week pieces to repeal some of these pieces of legislation that developers have taken advantage over any community throughout the state of Rhode Island. The other issue, I think that you've heard a lot of the arguments, whether it's 2 units, 23 units, 230 units, 2,300 units, like the Wesley project. I think that you've done your homework. And if it has to go to the judicial level, I think we're probably in good shape when many of the judiciary judges will look at what you've done, because you've done your homework on top of it. The problem is here is what we have is we have some poor history of the developer. We've had, like Mark Lemoy had said, never have I seen Mulhern Drive, the community center where seniors live, our seniors that retire, that now have to face flooding issues. It's never happened in the town of Coventry, never. That was from a retention pond that was built on East Shore Drive. And there was other flooding issues, I believe it was on 53 or 55 Old North Road, probably maybe off the Minglewood project. But very important, I think that it's time that we put up brakes on this project, do your due diligence, and I think that's the way we have to go forward. Also, what I want to say is that we'll be behind you and support you, myself and Representative Serpa, because I think it's very important that we do this project the right way. If you're going to feel that, again, I'm going to go back to say it again one more time. If you feel that the developer has not agreed to a lot of the concerns of the neighbors and to your concerns, I think it's time to go to the next step and go to court. And I think that that might be the step. But we're going to be there to help you, guide you, and help you as much as we can through the legislative process, and also introduce that legislation regarding bonding projects. I think it's very, very important. So
Thank you.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I just want to add a comment before you leave, though, Senator Raptakis. One of the reasons we're here is because of the current legislation we have to deal with, because of that current legislation allows for the density. So if we want to work together to get it done, but we need to move forward on it quickly to get it done, because based off of the current legislation that has been passed, it hampers towns and planning committees and forces them to do things that go against their plans and against what the people want. Because right now, the law is based off of 4553 for right now.
Right. And I think that's one of the bills that we're going to be repealing. And because, look, there was over 21 pieces of legislation that was passed. A lot of them probably do help the communities to have either affordable housing or to expand, to allow housing developments. But again, that's one bill that we saw after 1 year. It's been a detriment to you folks, the planning commissions all over the state. And it's not just Coventry. It's other legislators are coming forward. That's why we're looking at reintroducing legislation and repeal those bad bills. Thank you.
And just one more thing. Did you say if we're unable to reach an agreement with the developer, we
Well,
should
I'm not
deny the
sure,
application?
I'm not sure, Mr. Chairman. Look, it's your work.
Yep.
You've been doing this project for how many months now? But if you seem that there's not an agreement, that you feel that you're not going to come to an agreement of how many units are going to be built, how they're going to be built, if you're going to address the concerns of the residents,
Okay.
then the other issue is do what the Westerly Planning Board did. They rejected it and let the judicial system come in and play its role and see
Okay.
how things.
Yeah,
pan out.
I misunderstood. I
Yep.
saw you reading from the letter and I looked back. Yes, Mr. Kenny.
Understanding everything you've said and all the people in the audience have said, we, as a commission, planning committee, have to follow the law as well. Whether I'm for or against this project, if a developer, whether it's this developer or somebody else, presents a project to us and they have crossed all their T's, dotted all their I's, and we deny the project, it goes to court. And 9 times out of 10, they will win, and it will cost the town thousands of dollars in legal fees. So, as my fellow planning official said, our hands are tied with this legislation, and it allows developers to take advantage of communities. That does not mean they're not following the rules that have been laid out for them. They're following the rules. We're hard pressed not to approve a project. So, like I said, whether I'm for or against, there's a set of rules and legislation that we all have to follow. And there's been a lot of passionate comments tonight. And believe me, I live right around the corner from Tyoke. So that's just my comments. You know, we're doing the best we can with what we're constrained to do.
Yeah. Sure. And don't be afraid to go to court, because look, this town of Coventry is going to court twice on Johnson's Pond. They won on the state level, and then the state won on the federal level. So the judge is going to look, I think that the judge will look at the statute look what the work that you've done. And I'm not going to predict what's going to happen, but I think that if you feel compelled that this legislation is tying your hands, and again, if you can't come to an agreement with the developer or any developer, even future projects, I think the court might be something that might give you some type of relief. It might not be the whole loaf. It could be half a loaf, a quarter of a loaf, but don't be afraid to go to court. I mean, I think, sometimes people are saying legal fees, but look how much money was spent on Johnson's Pond twice. And both judges, their argument was for the town of Coventry. Even the federal judge was for the town of Coventry. So I think you should look at it as a wide lens, and
We will. And I want to say, I think what we need to do is let them respond to
Sure.
all these issues, vet it amongst ourselves. I know people here, now that they've heard the public, are going to have concerns about some of the issues that were raised. See where it lands, whatever the final product is, then we vote. And that's hopefully the way to do it. But we do have the state law over our head. And as Mr.
With it-
Kenny
with-
said,
Mr. Chairman, I hope that we can repeal that law before June, or parts of that law, because I think it's not just the town of Coventry. Like I said earlier, other towns are coming back to us, other communities are coming back to us, where that law was probably, its intent was one direction, and a lot of developers are probably taking it in a different direction. So that has to be probably corrected. Thank you.
I said, I get to work on that.
Okay, was there anyone else in the middle section back there? Sure, sorry. I remember you raised your hand before.
Jim. Well said.
See what happens if the board. That's exactly how I feel.
That's right.
Name and address for the record.
Linda Blaze, 148 Tyoke Avenue. First off, I want to reiterate the traffic study and the data that he used to stimulate. It's 10 years old. East Shore and Rawlinson, not Rawlinson, Horse Sprague wasn't even there 10 years ago. So how can you base data off of things that weren't there, that we're now dealing with? I live on Tyoke Avenue. I live it every day. There's a parade that has to go by before I can get out of my driveway. So traffic has indeed, there is a major change. And as far as them and the law, and these are their words, I have been here since the first meeting. All they're doing is shuffling paper. First off, they said that there would be no garages and one-car driveways because garages cost money. And those aren't my words. Those are what was said at that meeting. And now they're going to put garages on the townhouses, which are the low income, which are federally funded. So really, it's not costing them any money. I saw the pictures of the bungalows and post-war. Is that how they define the area in the neighborhood? Post-war. A lot of those houses look like soapbox houses. Actually, I was very disappointed at the type of houses they are building. So they're going to build a cheaper home, have extra money that's from federally funded, and help to build the other homes based on revenue that is free to them. There was one more point. Give me a minute. It'll come back to me. And I just think that all the problems that they're causing, and as far as the Eagle as well, that's what it was. The Eagles, well, it's not within that area, so we don't care. Like, we don't care about what you people are passionate about. We don't have to deal with that, and we're not. And I'm going to go back to the drainage for Mulhern. I personally have an interest with someone I love that lives there. And he's moved into that building where all the sandbags are.
And I walked down the sidewalk and I looked ahead and I looked at that pond or whatever they supposedly, the engineer thought was a good idea. And all I could think of was a cannon. Like it looked like a cannon that was directed right at that unit. Where people that are disabled and elderly live. I hope that that engineer isn't on this project. Because if you don't have any consideration and you didn't realize when you put that drainage in, then you don't deserve to be an engineer. That's it.
I just have one comment and just to correct you on one thing, and I'm normally letting the developer do it. There are no federally funded units. These projects are built solely with the developer's money, except with the restriction that he has to sell or lease 25% of the units to people that are low to moderate income, which means between 80 to 120% of the average Rhode Island income, which is probably between $64,000 and $120,000. So
Okay, sell or lease, so it's still income based.
it's income based, 25% income based, yes, but there's no federal money that's coming into this project. He's using his own money.
Okay, but that 25% is the plus 25 that they got because of low income.
They're not getting anything. They're not getting anything. To build this many units, he has to agree that he is going to provide housing for people that otherwise might not be able to afford a brand new house or might not be able to afford the exorbitant rents that currently exist in the market today. They're not low income rents by any means.
They're Sears catalog homes.
I'll let them respond to the type of houses. I can't answer that, but I just wanted to point out there's no federal money coming into this project.
Okay, but there's income based on leasing and selling that is coming from their
Some of the units, yes, not all of them,
25%.
right? Integrated throughout.
Okay,
That's all. I just wanted to make sure you knew there was no federal money coming in. That's the only point. I'll let them address the rest.
all right, thank you.
Yep. Was there anyone else over in this area? I thought I saw a hand go up last time. Okay, over on the right. Anybody coming up? Sure. I'll let them come up in the front.
Really short.
That should be fine.
Lori Francisco. Lori Francisco, 42 Old North Road. I'd like to speak to you about both traffic presentations. Both of them focused on traffic stops and intersections. However, Tiffany Road, Angus, and Old North Road were never designed to handle current and future level of residential density that currently and will occur during the full length of the roads, not just at the traffic stops. You measure traffic at traffic stops, you're not getting the full picture. These are narrow roads with sharp curves where in some areas, two vehicles can barely pass by each other safely. There's actually a corner that I have to stop if a truck comes around the corner. Forget a school bus or an emergency vehicle. Large trucks during construction will create major problems. We have no sidewalks, and pedestrians cannot walk on the streets. Students getting off of buses are at risk now, never mind when the traffic increases. I see school buses coming down my street constantly, and the parents have to watch these kids and make sure cars are stopping. Not only the bus monitors are stopping traffic, but parents have to be there to stop traffic. These kids are walking up the street in a dangerous situation. They are at risk now, and you will put them more at risk. Given the scale of this proposal, I respectfully request an independent traffic study that evaluates the entire roadway, all of them impacted, including emergency vehicles, access, the safety of children and buses, and the overall safety, not just at traffic intersections. I feel the safety of the community is at risk and should be prioritized. I also have multiple bald eagles. I didn't know that was a thing until tonight. Living on my property, along with many other wildlife. Families of deer live on my property. It will definitely impact them. This will disrupt our natural habitat. And it's a natural habitat that I bought recently and moved here for that. And I don't want the animals to go away. This is why I moved to Coventry. Another concern I would like to raise is the concern of the impact on our school systems. I don't have children in the schools, but I am sure that they're going to be impacted. I'm hearing stories about, we don't have enough room in schools now. How are you going to accommodate more children, more buses, and more teachers? Can our budgets support that? Gentlemen, I strongly encourage you to deny this request to protect the community you serve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Paul Francisco, 42 Old North Road, Coventry.
You can raise it if you want.
Paul Francisco, 42 Old North Road. Thanks. So, first of all, I am generally opposed to the development. I think it's way denser than what would fit into the existing neighborhood spaces. Surely there's got to be a more fruitful development project somewhere else where there's more land that they can build what they want and still deliver the low-income housing that the town of Coventry is looking for. I'm concerned about the traffic that this is going to bring in, and I'm curious why. First of all, I think Tiffany Road should be two ways. I think it's imperative they make that a two-way road. Egress from sections 2 and 3 is going to go down Tiffany and then turn left onto Old North Road to go to Angus to get out to New London Turnpike. If that's made two ways, then they can go right out Tiffany to New London Turnpike, keep them off of Old North Road. Also, the connector from section 2 to East Shore and to Minglewood, why can't they just make that go straight through that little isthmus of land that connects over to Area 1 and go straight out to Tioga? To me, that land looks wide enough to put a road there, and I don't understand why they wouldn't do that. That would keep traffic going from Tioga to New London Turnpike directly through the development and not have to bring it onto the neighboring neighborhoods, in my opinion. And then I have concerns with stormwater. I don't know which way it would not naturally flow. It sounds to me that it's going to flow towards Lake Tioga. And of course, I'm concerned about polluting the lake, but I'm also concerned that there's some retention pond problems that we've seen. There's been a couple described tonight. One that Senator Raptakis mentioned, that was the Minglewood Pond that was like a year and a half ago. had to be reworked because it was spilling over through someone's yard. And they actually rebuilt it, I think, to take the overflow and put it in the stormwater system, the storm drain system on Old North Road. There is wetlands 150 feet from where that storm drain was that goes right behind my property. And I'm concerned about if there's more stormwater overflowing from other retention ponds, that might also affect that wetlands behind my property. So I'm opposed to the project. If they must put something in, then I would ask that you reconsider two-way street on Tiffany and put the connector all the way through to Section A, Area A, in order to keep the traffic off of Old North and East Shore Drive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, come.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. My name is Stacy Thompson. I'm an attorney with Darrow Everett based in Providence, and I represent the Coventry Housing Authority with respect to comments for this project. As several people have noted and has been stated ad nauseum at previous meetings, CHA has experienced major flooding, erosion, and loss of use of site amenities due to previous developments, upgrading of its properties, and is concerned regarding future landscape and drainage issues resulting from this project. We have reviewed the updated staff report that recommends approval of this project with conditions. And tonight I wanted to address specifically two of those conditions. The first being condition number 8, in which the applicant is going to have to submit a more detailed landscape plan. It's our understanding that the applicant has not requested any waivers with respect to the landscape plan, and previously on January 15th of this month, of this year, I should say, CHA's engineer, Walker Engineering, submitted a lengthy memo with respect to some of the issues that were being experienced at CHA that we think need to be addressed with respect to drainage and landscaping. Some of those have been incorporated into the conditions, and we ask that moving forward with respect to condition number 8, that CHA be allowed to be consulted and have input on any landscape plan before it goes to final plan. Both the town and the council for the developer have agreed to this. I just want to put it on the record that is what we're requesting with respect to condition number 8. And then with respect to condition number 3, this is I believe that staff briefly talked about the certificates of completion that will have to be done by engineers. That is something that is new, the town is requiring as of November of 2025. I believe the applicant said they're objecting to that requirement because it's not in the town code. CHA is requesting that they indeed, or you indeed require them to have these certificates of completion with respect to the engineering, specifically because of the problems that have resulted from the Oaks project. And because we're dealing with the same developer, we want to make sure that everything is actually being built correctly so that we don't have exacerbated issues that are already existing on the ground, especially at CHA, where, as everyone has mentioned, and I believe you all know, we're servicing an elderly, disabled, and a low-income population. We personally think that an independent or third-party monitor would be better than having the engineer itself do it, but any sort of checks on what is actually being completed on the ground and assuring it's being built correctly, I think are absolutely essential in approving this project. Thank you.
So I just want to clarify. So what you're suggesting is that we make sure that those conditions stay in you, but you're okay with them the way they're written?
Yes, that those
Thanks.
conditions, I mean, preferably condition 3 would require a third party, not the
As far as the
development
landscape
engineer.
plan at final approval,
Correct. And then,
and we have Walker Engineering's report.
great.
Okay.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, we might be done with the folks that are in the room. I'm gonna go to Zoom now. We had 23 people watching. Do we have hands on Zoom? One hand, okay. Two hands. So if there's anyone on Zoom that wishes to speak for or against, just put your hand up, and as we call them, we will put your hand down and the others can remain up. Just you're gonna, as we call you in, you'll have to give us your name and address for the record. As you want to bring them in, I'm fine. Jim. So I'm not quite sure how the audio works here. So are we just going to hear him? He's going to come through the speaker. Jim, please unmute if you're going to speak. Still muted. Okay, Jim, we're going to skip to the next one for now. Go ahead. Who's next? Pat Walker.
Evening, Board. My name is Patricia K. Walker, PE. I'm the president of Walker Engineering. I would just like to supplement what Ms. Thompson had noted. One of the items that was shown on the most recent plans is that the required landscape buffer abutting the Crossroads property has now been eliminated. There's a 10-foot landscape buffer that is required. I did not see anywhere in any of the revised documents that they are now requesting a waiver for that area. And in addition, I know you have my lengthy memo. I'm sorry I was very verbose, but I did provide copies of aerial photos that kind of illustrate a very dense wooded area between the properties, but then we also provided actual on-the-ground photographs that show that although the overstory appears to be a very dense populated area, the understory is very thin. So I would like you to consider that as part of the landscaping measures that you would implement. And in addition, the strip area between the Oaks Basins and the Mulhern Drive, the North Road Terrace development, that area has experienced massive erosion over the last 2 years. And although the plans call for the open space area to be able to revegetate naturally, that area has not revegetated at all within the last 2 years. So we were looking for some supplemental landscaping to be provided, actually to act as a protection. You can see in the photographs that were provided the numerous sandbags that are still on site. And it does not seem, I can't even think of what the word is, and I apologize. It doesn't seem unlikely for us to request some supplemental protection be provided so that perhaps these sandbags can actually be removed in the near future. Thank you for your time. Have a lovely evening.
All right, thank you. Okay, Cody, who's next? Want to go back to Jim? Patricia. Patricia, just unmute your mic and speak.
I did. I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you well.
Okay, this is Representative Patricia Serpa, 194 Kimberly Lane, West Warwick, and I'm speaking because I do represent that area of Coventry. And thank you to the members of the committee for accepting my comments and for your patience with this issue. And to my constituents, I apologize for not being able to attend in person tonight, but I do want you to rest assured that I've been tuned in from the very beginning. So I've been paying attention. I want to applaud, first of all of the residents of the area who spoke. And my opinion is they presented informed, well-researched. Their comments were informed and well-researched, and they brought to you not comments based in passion, but comments based in science. And one of the bad parts about going next to last is that, frankly, all of the good things have been said. But I do have a couple of concerns that I wanted to share, and it's been said in other words. The breadth and the depth of this project just seems to be inappropriate for the area in which it was intended. Mr. Noon spoke so well when he referenced the complex and intertwined environmental, health, and the current quality of life issues in the area. And one of the last ladies to speak actually addressed that. She said one of the reasons she moved to the area was so that she could enjoy nature. And she was referring to not only the animals, but to the peace and quiet. And I know things change. We need affordable housing, but 3 and 4 bedroom condos, and it's been mentioned, almost guarantee an increased number of children in the schools. My opinion, and I don't have data to back it up, but I don't think that senior citizens and empty nesters, in fact, really purchase condos of that size. And that would result in increased traffic for an already congested school area. And I heard Tiffany Road mentioned a few times. That road is so narrow. And if you have ever walked the road, that in itself is an adventure. And I've walked it, while campaigning, and you literally have to pull your car practically into the woods to walk safely and cross the street. So when the folks mentioned the heavy equipment and the bulldozers traversing that road, honestly, gentlemen, I just cannot picture it. So if the project is to move forward in some way, shape, or form, I suggest that the developer just find another venue, or as it was mentioned, increase the width of Tiffany Road. And I don't know quite how the residents feel about that. They probably are satisfied with it just as it is, as a nice dirt road, because it's very country-like. And another troubling aspect of the project, in my opinion, is the fact that it was been mentioned that the developer never built a project of this size before. So that would trouble me if I were in your position. It's a grand experiment, I'll grant you, but to continue with it in such a delicate area, for lack of another word, to continue in such a delicate environmental area, I think that deserves your serious consideration. And, like a couple of other residents who spoke, I do appreciate the fact that we need housing for all Rhode Islanders, including affordable housing. But I think, Chairman Kalunian, it was you that mentioned affordable housing these days is for families between $65,000 and $120,000. And I don't really think that's what most people think of when they think of affordable. So again, please consider those 3 and 4 bedroom condos. To me, that's just a ruse for something else that could develop. And again, please reflect and take into consideration the scientific and quality of life issues presented to you tonight. And I will say, I think that the residents were trying to conceal their passion because they wanted to remain well-reasoned. But I can assure you that they love their lake. They care very much about their lake, and they care for it. So while they were keeping their passion in check, I want you to know that they're very concerned about the sound in the area, the environment in the area, the cleanliness of the lake, the use of the lake in the summer. And again, we don't want another Johnson's Pond issue in the area. So they love their lake, they care for it diligently, they love the area. So gentlemen, I would ask you to ponder and reflect wisely on this issue. I know it's hard. I know it's not easy. I know that the current law is not helping. And as Senator Raptakis, he and I mentioned, he and I are going to work on that this year. So honestly, that's all I wanted to say. And again, thank you for being patient and taking my call.
Yeah, just one comment, Representative. I was hoping that you had heard some of the comments the board made regarding 45-53-4 and how to some extent we have one hand tied behind our back on these applications. But I also want to point out in that legislation, we are prohibited from restricting 3-bedroom units.
And that's unfortunate, Chairman. And I think maybe that's something that, Senator Raptakis and I should look at.
Yeah,
And
I wanted to make sure you were aware. Yep.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, next on Zoom, please. Jean, if you can hear me, please unmute your mic and state your name and address for the record. Jean, check your microphone, your audio, because we can't hear you. You can check your microphone settings. For now, do you want to just go to the next one and then come back? She's the last one. And what happened to Jim? He doesn't have his hand up? Okay. Jean, we'll give it another couple of minutes if you want to try to, someone else raise their hand? Okay. Jean, just hang on, try to check your settings and we'll come back. Who is it? Colleen? Colleen, if you can hear me, unmute your mic and state your name and address for the record.
Colleen Elias, 8 Hillcrest Drive, Coventry.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say, I hear you guys saying your hands are tied behind your back by the law. Well, then why are you bothering to have this public hearing? Because it sounds to me like anything that we say about our concerns about safety, our concerns about the environment, our concerns about flooding, our concerns about how this does not fit with the environment that's around it. What does any of that matter if your hands are tied behind your back? It's extremely frustrating to hear you say that. It kind of feels like, why bother? Why bother?
Yeah, don't misunderstand. Those items all need to be addressed, the ones you just brought up. It's primarily density and health and safety and traffic flow. They've retained experts. We have our own peer reviewer in the traffic study. We will be going back to the applicant. They're going to address the comments that have come up, and then we get to weigh that. But I just want to, the reason we keep saying that is it's primarily the density. I think the primary concern is the number of dwelling units they are being put on 25 acres in the town of Coventry when the zoning is primarily R20. And because of the state legislation with water and sewer, they are allowed to put 5 dwellings per acre plus.
I understand that, but you
Okay.
saw the video of the kids going to school.
Yeah, and I'm going to let them address that. I believe that's on East Shore Drive over near the school.
That's correct.
And that's today.
There are major safety issues. You can't ignore those. And I don't understand why none of those are included at all in any of these traffic studies. All the traffic studies do is talk about how many cars turn the corner. Well, what about the people?
Yeah, I can't answer that. They'll respond.
Thank you.
Yep. Who else, Cody? Anybody else? Jean, you want to try to just give us your name and address for the record?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Oh, God, now you can? You can hear me? Okay,
Yeah.
Jean, thank you. This is my first Zoom meeting, and I'm sorry I couldn't make the meeting today.
Okay,
tonight.
name and address for the record.
Yep. Jean McMahon, 33 Harrington Road. I have 2 questions, and thank you. I love the meeting. I just wish they weren't so long, of course, but I'm so glad that everyone got to speak. I have two questions. One of them I'm not sure of. That's one question that I'd like an answer to. I believe all the cities and towns need to make a percentage for affordable housing. Is that correct? And if it is, what is Coventry's percentage at now?
I'll defer to the planning director.
Because if we've already met our percentage, we
Oh,
don't.
no,
really-
we haven't. We're nowhere near it. It grows, it barely climbs even as we keep approving these 25% low to mod projects. I want to say it's between 5 and 6%.
The answer to the first question is that all individual municipalities in Rhode Island need to strive for a goal of 10% of their housing stock being deed restricted as low and moderate. Coventry is currently at right around 6%.
Okay, and what are we supposed to be at?
10%.
10%. So with this new development, what would that bring us to?
I haven't calculated that. The new
Okay.
development will be bringing us somewhere in the order of what is it? What's the 25% mark on this? 41 affordable units. That would not bring us to 10%. It just brings us closer to the goal.
No, but how much would it raise? Maybe 1%, less than
We're
1%?
probably talking about less than 1%.
Yeah.
It's probably
Oh
going
my
to raise
God.
it maybe a half to a quarter of a percent if I had to guess offhand.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
probably not even, we've been at this and I want to say it's been just over 5% now for at least 5 years.
Wow.
6.6 it might go. And we've got a number of other projects that have been approved with 20% low to mod and a couple of other ones in the hopper, I think for 25, but you know, it's a
Wow.
challenge to get there.
I guess so. So all the cities and towns are kind of like the same? Are we in the same percentage or are there some that,
I
mean,
don't
did-
have the numbers. I don't know if the
and I
planning
I don't
director
really,
does.
I don't really need the numbers really, but it just seems like there's so much building going on everywhere. Every city and town that you go through, there's affordables, but okay, thank you for that. And I have another question on the bond issue. Are the taxpayers going to be able to vote on that?
No, it's not that kind of bond. The developer posts a bond to make sure that the work gets completed satisfactorily. If he can't complete it satisfactorily, then the town takes the bond money and they fix it. So as he's building roads and infrastructure in the development that is going to ultimately, be needed to complete it, to be shown, as shown on the plans, the town has him post a bond to guarantee that the money's going to be there to finish that part of the project.
Okay, so we don't have anything to do with that.
It's not a borrowing by the town to do anything.
Okay, but in reality though, if that bond, if he negates that contract, if you will, I don't have the right words, but if he does, doesn't that fall on us, the taxpayers?
No, he posts the bond before he starts building and he doesn't get it back until it's completed the way that it's shown on the plans.
Okay. Okay, so when you said all that, all I could think of was that road in center of New England. Do you remember that when that was like a mess and I think the
Yes.
person went bankrupt or something and that was
Yeah.
a mess? Did the town
Yeah.
have to step in on that?
I believe private receivers and courts and bondholders and banks, and I don't really know that much about it, but
Okay. All right, well, you answered my question because I was going to say, I think you know that I'm not looking forward to this development at all for everything that everyone had mentioned tonight, especially the traffic and the water. I mean, I just don't think, and I mean, all you gentlemen really have done an outstanding job. I think you listened to all of our questions. You're very polite to everyone. I appreciate that. I was just going to say, if we had to vote on it, I think everyone would vote no. That they don't want this development going forward. Just because our infrastructure can't handle it. And, I live off Arnold Road, and I've mentioned this many times, that traffic pattern, New London, everyone going up to center of New England, it's busy now. And I mean, the road, what was it? The traffic patterns, the traffic report that they gave earlier, I mean, I've mentioned this before. Sometimes I sit like 2 minutes at that light at the corner of New London and Arnold just to go down Shippeytown to Division. 3 minutes and I can't go straight. So, I mean, the traffic, I really don't, I can't impress enough how much, and it's not just for me, it's for, people picking up kids from school, just the regular traffic. It's just so heavily traveled all around this area that I think you gentlemen will do the best that you can for the town of Coventry. At least I hope you will. Thank you for listening. Have a good evening. See you at the next
Thank
meeting.
you.
See you at the next meeting. And do we know when that
Okay.
will be?
I don't know.
Okay.
A month
Okay.
from now, we have a regularly scheduled planning board meeting on the fourth Wednesday of every month.
Okay.
We have any number of agenda items before us,
Okay. And I'll be
not just this
checking that.
project. Yep.
Right. Okay. I'll check that again. Thank you, gentlemen. Have a
Yep.
good evening.
You too. Thank you. Okay. It's past 10 o'clock. We've got an applicant that's probably anxious to have us get this wrapped up. We don't have any more comments from the public. I'm sorry. Oh, sure. No, that's okay.
Kristen Barron, 255 East Shore Drive. I might not be understanding this correctly, so this is more of I think a question, but also a comment. I'm trying to figure out the math here. If it's adding 25% affordable housing to try and meet that 10% goal set by the state, wouldn't this proposal need to be at least 51% affordable housing to even adjust that percentage? Because we're adding 75%.
No, that's what we're saying. We're swimming against the tide.
Right. Oh, understandable.
We have to keep getting more projects like this, and it's increments.
Right, but I think so every time you have a 25% and 75%, you are just moving the goalpost. You're not actually moving closer to that 10%. We're not even getting
No, we are, because this one's 25. So very slowly it is moving, but
75% non-affordable housing.
Right.
You are, so as a whole, when you're looking at the collective of all of Coventry, you are not moving any closer to that 10% goal that we're meeting.
increment. We are very little.
Minute.
And by the way, the state law only requires them to offer
I know.
725.
That's fair enough. I'm
No,
just saying.
we do have one project, Woodland Manor. They haven't been able to get financing for it because it's 100%.
Okay, I've been told here we can't talk about other projects. So
No, but I'm just saying, I'm just giving you an example. We do have other projects where we've been offered more, but the state law only requires the applicant to offer 25.
Fair.
And if they do offer 25, they get the density bonus. That gives everybody the argument. Yep.
understand that that's a state law. I'm just trying to say from like a math perspective, this doesn't get Coventry any closer to it.
Very, right, exactly.
Fair.
What is it? What's
Okay. There's a host of items that were brought up. I would say most of them some deal with traffic. It seems the majority are stormwater related. And then hopefully you've taken some notes and can address what you can.
Yeah.
You can group them more. Yeah.
Yep. And I think we probably start with stormwater. I know we went into pretty significant detail about it at the last meeting and where it flows, but I think it might be important to bring Depreet back up to go through that again if there are questions on it. We have our DEM permit on this. There's a lot of statements about stormwater. There's no opposing expert testimony, but I think it's important for the board to understand how the system is proposed and going to work and is approved by the state. I do want to say that there's been some, and I haven't brought up this issue because it's on a completely different project, but where at this point in the hearing, I can't left it to go unsaid, is that there keeps being some fairly defamatory statements about drainage issues and flooding from the East Shore, Oaks at East Shore. The this Coventry Housing Authority has everything I have, and I will tell you that what the record reflects is that there is an illegal pipe on the Tioga School property that discharges, that takes stormwater from an entirely different location and discharges it through the Oak City shore down the hill to Coventry Housing Authority. I'm not making that up. I have all the correspondence from the town. We will deal with that in another forum, but this is not, the basin isn't working. There's a problem with our engineered system. Again, totally different project. There is no evidence that that was constructed inappropriately. It's that's another permitted system. We are working with Coventry Housing Authority on that. We will work with them on the landscaping issue. We're fine with that condition. I had already spoken with them, but that needs to be said for the record of this isn't, you know, this is a bad guy, it's going to happen again problem. Not that I think that's a standard that you can consider, but I had to put it on the record. So I'll bring Greg up to go through the stormwater, answer any questions, and then I have a few items to go through on wrap up. Greg? You're up.
Greg Guglielmo, Dupree Engineering. Greg Guglielmo from Dupree Engineering. As we presented the last time, we have a very detailed stormwater management report and design that's been through DEM and approved. One thing that, first, I just want to mention for the record too, we were not the engineers on either of the abutting properties. I will talk a little bit about in general terms, we were not the engineers of those. The discharge that we were just speaking about from the town was not part of that initial design. So they didn't look for it. They didn't know it existed until after the design was put in place. So the last year or so, a couple of years of trying to resolve this was really based on a pipe that was dumped onto the East Shore property that no one had any knowledge of. I can't speak for the town, but I'm not even sure that they knew that it existed. So the applicant is working through that currently, but that is not something that my firm is involved in.
And can I just ask, does the pipe originate at the Tioga School property or someplace else?
Joel, do we know the answer to that?
Yeah, we don't need to tell me who, because I don't want to get, I just wanted to know that one.
It's in the woods, on the Tioga School property.
Okay.
So as far as the design for our development as a whole, and our professional engineer spoke on this the last time, we had the knowledge of what has been going on out here when we looked at this design for the village of Tioga. And one of the things that we took into account was the runoff that was going on to the Coventry housing development, and also what's kind of running towards the existing developments along Minglewood and along Trafford. That was something that the other developments really didn't have the same kind of design parameters that we have. The difference that we have here versus the East Shore development is that we have a wetlands that ties to Tioga. The way we like to call it is that if you're trying to mitigate stormwater, the best way to mitigate it, obviously, is to mitigate it towards areas that are wetlands and not someone's house. So we know kind of what happens when you have a discharge point that dumps out towards someone's home. We work very hard at our firm to make sure that we're mitigating these in ways that are not affecting existing homes or existing development. Not only is that something that's required by DEM, but that's what we believe should be the best practices when we work through these. So going through this design, what we really did, and one thing that was required at, I shouldn't say requires, requested by this board and also requested by the planning staff and the town engineer, was that we meet prior to submitting to DEM with the planning staff and the town engineer to thoroughly vet our stormwater design. We did that. This design was initially submitted to DEM in December of 2024. So we met with the town engineer and town planner in the fall of 2024. We then submitted this. We had very detailed comments back from DEM with some additional information that they wanted addressed. We did that and then resubmitted to them and achieved approval. It's been brought up tonight about flows onto existing neighbors. What we did, and again, we took that into account, some of the issues that we run into this on every project that we do. And I know it's difficult to hear that, you know, from the person who performed this work, but we do take that very seriously in the work that we do and making sure that we're not increasing runoff onto existing homes. Can I guarantee you with absolute certainty that someone is not going to have an issue? I cannot. I cannot also guarantee that we're not going to have another foot of snow on Sunday. So there's a lot of things that happen, the way that the climate is changing, that make us continually have to evolve the way that we do our design work. We actually work a lot with DEM, in concert with DEM, to help improve the regulations that we use to design these. And so there was a couple of design points that we use, and the main, we've talked about this before, the property kind of runs in a way where most of the runoff kind of heads towards Minglewood, heads towards the Coventry Housing Authority, heads towards Tioga, and then the remainder of it heads kind of, I guess it's west towards Lake Tioga. What we did, and you can see it on the plan, is put a huge drainage detention area in that area that's heading towards Lake Tioga. So rather than have this pointing towards neighbors, we're holding most of that stormwater in that pond, that drainage pond that's in that area, and metering it out per DEM standards. The additional part of that is that allows us to reduce the stormwater flow that's going on to those abutting neighbors and hold it in that pond. It also allows us, these are DEM standards. We also can account for any of the treatment that needs to be done in that. So, you know, there's always comments of, and we understand this is what we work through on this all the time, of, you know, someone's going to dump paint down the storm drain. We understand that. That's accounted for in the way that all these designs are put into place. So it's called, in general terms, a treatment train. So we've talked about this in the past in these meetings, where it starts out with catch basins. So catch basin has what's called a sump. So it's 3 or 4 feet of area in that catch basin that catches all the road salts and sands. It catches if, you know, there's oils that drop onto the road. That's the first piece of it. It then runs into the drainage pond, and there's a separate area of that pond that treats that first flush of stormwater where all those pollutants are. So they're kept in those drainage ponds before they go into the larger pond. Once that's complete and these are all working, the additional part that is put into every single plan is a maintenance plan. And so it's a very detailed maintenance plan that DEM requires that we submit, regardless if this is owned by a private developer. So if this was a CVS and they were going to have a drainage pond on their site, there's a defined way that they need to maintain that pond. If it's a homeowners association, there's a defined maintenance program of what they need to do. Same thing if it's a town. So the cities and towns have the same set of regulations. So if we were designing a new roadway, a public road, and there was drainage infrastructure, the cities and towns have a requirement to make sure that they're maintaining and vacuuming out those catch basins that are part of that road, make sure they're cleaning the drainage ponds. And as was mentioned previously, if for some reason the homeowners association doesn't do that, the documents that will be put into place give the town the authority to go in and do that work and then bill the homeowners association for that work. So there is a mechanism in place to do that. We know that most of the time, the reason that these end up being part of the homeowners association is the towns don't want to pay for the maintenance. So we get that. I can tell you that it depends on the homeowners association. So if you have a strong homeowners association, you can get these ponds to be updated, and they really take heart in what's going on, is they own the land. So this is land that they own. They can be, subject to the town coming in and taking care and cleaning them up. So that's kind of the general overview, but I have you know, I can answer any other additional questions on it as well.
Yes, sir. Mr. Price.
Thank you for, it's a little far away. Thank you for your explanation. I did have a few questions. First with the complex pond B, and someone had brought this up during question. There is at the very tip of the pond B, there's a 33-foot wide right of way on an adjacent property owner. Are you planning on using that at all for drainage pond B?
No, nothing,
Okay, so-
nothing on this project is utilizing that
So it-
existing easement
It
that's
is
off.
noted on the plans only, it's not.
Yeah,
it's
it's
not-
noted on the plan
Okay.
because as part of our process in providing a land survey, we have to note any easements on the property or abutting the property. So that's the only reason it's listed.
On the condo development side, you list a few underwater infiltration basins. And another comment was about the buffer. Are you not doing the buffer in that area because of those infiltration ponds, or are those infiltration ponds taking up that buffer area?
No, there's still a 10-foot buffer there that we plan on working with CHA, as was mentioned, to
Yeah,
plan.
so
a
I
buffer.
didn't see the green up on the screen, but there is still going to be a buffer.
Yeah, and
area
that's
there.
part of the conditions that we need to work through on that to make sure that there's a buffer in place, and the applicant has said that they would work with CHA to make sure that buffer is
And-
agreeable.
And then there was another question about the underground facilities. Can you explain a little bit about what a underground infiltration?
Yeah, so I mean,
system is
in simple
and how it
terms,
works
yeah, I
into your
mean, it's,
project?
you know, any kind of land that is not covered with pavement will infiltrate some rainwater into it. These systems are pretty similar to a septic system where this is just stormwater. This is not wastewater. This is stormwater, but they are large chambers that store water and then have a mechanism underneath, usually some sand or some stone, that allow the water to infiltrate at a certain rate into the groundwater. So rather than it running across the land, it goes into these underground systems, catches it there and soaks it back into the ground.
Okay, so it goes directly into the groundwater.
Right. Yep. They're designed with DM standards as far as separation to groundwater. So they have to be above groundwater. So it's not like we're affecting the groundwater. This is clean water. So what we're using for these underground infiltration systems is roof runoff. So it's not road runoff that's going into these where, you know, you could have sands or oils. This is what's coming off of the roofs. And it allows us a way to, again, make sure that we're reducing the runoff that's going on to the Coventry housing development, especially.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions? I did on the I'll call it area 1, the one that ties into Tyoke Ave. Any water going to run down the road and into the state system?
We have what we call an emergency overflow. Every drainage pond is designed with that. At some point in time, there's going to be a time where it's possible that it could overtop. It has to overtop in a certain direction. So we worked with Rhode Island DOT, who approved, not only DEM approves it, but DOT, because Tioga is a DOT road, specifically told us where they wanted that to go and how they wanted that to work. So in the event that this pond would overtop, it would go in that direction.
And then down Tyoke?
Down a section of Tioga, and there's catch basins in.
So it's not going to end up on Gillis? It's not going to end up on, because, I'm sorry, it's not going to end up on Gillis? I mean, the testimony was that there's sheet flow now from Tyoke Avenue during a heavy rainstorm down the road, and then the intersecting streets, if they're lower or pitched, the water runs down there.
Yeah, whatever exists today in terms of that is going to be either equal to in the future or very slightly less. But whenever we do these designs, it's not meant to decrease the runoff to nothing.
No. I'm not suggesting that. What I'm asking is there any chance if that overtops during a heavy rain event, you're going to actually add more water that otherwise would have stayed on that property?
No, that's not the way it's designed. No.
Okay. And then I think, and I know you did touch on water quality, but the biggest concern I heard about stormwater was the impacts to Tyoke Lake and the fact that over the past 3 years or so, if not more, there's been an increase in algae blooms and things like that that have made them, they've had to close the beach. There's a town beach on the other side. And I guess if you're going to, you may indicate, oh, this is going to work and this and that, but what do you think the reason is for that type of thing?
Well,
Because they're concluding it has to be from all the development that's been occurring around there.
Yeah, I mean,
And-
let me state that first, we have done no study as a firm for what is going on currently at Lake Tyoke.
Right.
So what I'm saying is just a matter of opinion based on my 33 years of doing this. What you see in most towns and why we've gotten rid of cesspools is that cesspools are usually the reasons for most of the pollution that goes on in most of these lakes. So there's been septic phase outs or cesspool phase outs going on for many years where folks, if they were to sell a home, have to upgrade to a septic system. That's usually the first piece. The second piece, and this is, again, it's usually direct abutters to these, is fertilizers. So if you have a half-acre lot and you fertilize it 7 times a year, which some people do to make sure they get that perfect green grass, that's what can contribute to that.
Now, you said abutters. Now, what about these new subdivisions?
You know, it really depends on if they're following the maintenance of so again, the same thing, when we submit these to DM, there's a set of standards. So the amount of times you should be fertilizing the grass, you know, but we know that for the most part, these are issues that go on today where most of what we're doing is being treated in our pond. Those existing developments just drain out into Lake Tyoke. So again, I'm just
What
speaking kind of in general terms.
what I'm trying to address now, if you build this many houses and folks are investing some money and they all start using fertilizer, where right now this was open woodlands, is your stormwater quality plan going to address that?
Yeah, that has been addressed in the plan.
So if every single one of them fertilize their lawn 4 times a year, use the season thing,
Yep.
and that runoff, it's not going to
Yeah,
make
we
it.
have to design it and we have to say what we believe the maintenance would be on that, the amount of fertilizer that would be used, you know, what types of soils
So
are
it's
being
covered
put
in the
down.
maintenance plan as long as they
That's
follow it.
correct. Yep.
And-
What we can't do in anything is police it. So that
Police
goes-
the,
we can't tell a private homeowner
Oh,
once,
okay.
you know, 10 years from now that, you know, they shouldn't be using fertilizer 7 times a year.
right. And then just one other follow-up to that. I know there's the maintenance agreement and we talked about the homeowners association. Does that also include the catch basins in the streets?
Well, they'd be public. So any public infrastructure would need to be maintained by the town. So again, the same thing. It's a maintenance program that should be done. That the
So do
town-
you have 2 separate maintenance plans, one for the town and one for the?
It's the same plan. It just notes what should be done for each proprietary.
It does.
With each.
Split the
system.
responsibility.
No, that would be split by whoever owns the entity. So if the catch basin is owned by the town, they wouldn't be responsible for the maintenance of that based on our plan.
Yeah, I just want to make sure the town's accounted for that. And
Yeah,
I haven't. You're saying they have?
Any public road, they need to do that work. That's part of the MS4 program for any city and town that if they own a or if they own public infrastructure, they need to make sure that they're doing everything that's part of.
But that's only for the roads that are just getting built now and they have approved plans.
No, they should be doing for all of them.
All the
They
catch
they should be cleaning out every catch basin.
Well, I know, but there's no requirement. DEM doesn't come in and say, hey, you haven't cleaned the catch.
No,
basin."
actually, there is.
There is?
Yeah.
Okay.
DEM has fined cities and towns for not doing that work.
Okay. I just want to find out. Okay. I don't have anything else on drainage.
Trace,
for now.
there was one
Go
other
ahead.
question about what kind of filtration system is going to be used and built, then maintained by the HOA. Can you answer that question?
There was a lot of questions. What specifically?
Well, the question was, all right, there's going to be a filtration system. What type of filtration system is it? And apparently it's going to be mechanical also, right? So there's going to be a requirement for a generator.
No,
No?
there's no motorized systems on any of these. The main drainage pond, most of these, the way that that all of this, the pollutants are filtered is through different mediums. So sand mostly is the way that they're captured in the sand. And then once they reach a certain level of pollutant, if it needs to be taken out, it's taken out and then disposed of accordingly. There's no machine that's cleaning the stormwater.
That answer your question? Okay, so it's men and equipment.
Yeah, I mean, and that's part of the maintenance program.
Yep,
Is that you have
okay.
to go in and make sure that if there are silts that were built up, that the silts are disposed of in a proper manner. The homeowner associations on these, or the same thing with the city or town, if they were to maintain them, need to have some sort of level of equipment to do that. So usually a homeowner association would hire a landscape company or someone to go in periodically, clean out any silts that have built up. Dispose of them in accordance with how they need to be disposed. We usually would bring them to a licensed facility to take that type of material. But that's the usual maintenance. And then it's usually just mowing and making sure that there's, no blockages in any of the outlets.
Okay. Anyone else? I think we're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So, I'll try to briefly go through the rest of the points, and hit the highlights. If I miss something, just let me know at the end. But, I do want to address a lot, and the board actually addressed a lot where you're, really governed by 4553-4. There was a statement earlier that, says you have an option to grant adjustments, which are variances. The law actually reads on the developer's end on the affirmative. So it says these adjustments, density bonuses, municipal subsidies, and those are all defined, shall be provided to the developer. So for public purposes, I'm sure the board already knows this, but that is in the law. That language, along with the density bonus, passed in 2023. I know there's a long discussion about it with your senator. Your senator and your representative voted yes on those amendments. That is the state of the law today. The standards changed, as I referenced earlier, in 2025, but the heavy stuff and the revamp of this law has been around almost 30 years, and this tool has been around, but the minimum density bonuses, the shall language, all went in 2023. I said before about the Westerly case, that's an entirely different standard. I also think it's really problematic to stand up here and say, don't worry about it, just go to court, don't be afraid of that. You, like the board said, you are governed by the law. I think those people saying that should offer to pay an attorney's fees award to a developer, but that is the state of the law now. You're constrained by the standards, which I'll get to in a minute, but I think that is really unfortunate to stand up here and just say, oh, don't worry about it, just go to court. That this is not an easy job. If you guys could just say, we don't like the project or the applicant, this would have been a really quick review. And as all, you could just come in and say, you know what, let's go, we'll deny it. This is a tough job. I don't envy any of you, but you know what the standards are. Your staff has adequately advised you of that. It was a statement, I think you addressed it, but I'll put it on the record. The monitoring agent is not identified. That's a state requirement for final. That will be done. A lot of talk about 4 bedrooms. So our letter of eligibility reads the same as the proposal. So it's up to 46 4 bedrooms. It has nothing to do with areas 1 and 2. It's area 3 that when we applied to Rhode Island Housing for a letter of eligibility, allowed us the flexibility with buyers that may want a 4 bedroom. it says up to 46. If that is an issue for this board, we're happy to have a discussion about it. I think you can't say it's going to bring in school children. That is not something that you can deny a project on. And getting really cautious, and I'm sure your legal counsel will advise you to family status and the size of your family is a really slippery slope legally to go down. But again, the applicant, I think, has proven we're willing to have a conversation about everything. We're willing to address concerns. We can certainly have that conversation now or whatever it is. But if it is an actual concern, this is going to work out in whatever these buyers want in that single family lot area. Again, there's no 4 bedrooms in the townhomes and there's none in the cottages. The bald eagle, I don't know what else to say about that. So there's a jurisdictional area. We're either in it and need a federal permit. So the condition could have looked like, let me back up. This got brought up by a member of the public. Now, we could have said nothing, and you could have just said in your decision, if you're within the boundary, go get a federal permit and give it to us before construction. We went out and tried to find where this was. So there's a lot of, oh, you put a drone. Well, no one knew where this bald eagle was. There was statements that it was on our property, that it was near our property. We went out and found it. Whether there's an eagle in it or not, it's the same federal jurisdictional requirement. It is not within that. But if it was, or we came across another one, we'd have to get a federal permit. Again, not a basis for denial of the project here. Tiffany, there was a statement on the one-way portion, and maybe it was a member of the public that wasn't here the first, so that's fine. The right-of-way width is not wide enough for a 2-lane roadway. That was recognized as well by your peer review expert in his expert report. The landscape plan, Mr. Price stole my thunder. We have already talked to Coventry Housing Authority and will present something to them, and then at final with respect to that strip of land. Just to clarify, construction machines are not coming through the one-way for Tiffany. It's not a feasible option. Again, we're here because this board is constrained by the standards that are in front of you. They've been listed in the staff report. The first is consistent with local needs as in the community's affordable housing plan. So there's been a lot of shrapnel, I would say, directed because you don't have a current comprehensive plan. The standard talks about the affordable housing plan. We have addressed in our land use expert report our consistency with that affordable housing plan. There's no testimony opposite that. In fact, it's a positive finding in the proposed decision. The second is compliance with the municipality zoning ordinance and subdivision regulations. And here's the standard where the adjustments are. So it's not, you're not as a board in a conventional application applying variance standards. The standard is whether local concerns, which is the need for affordable housing, local concerns have been affected, do not outweigh the state and local need for low and moderate income housing. A lot of these adjustments, again, are routine roadway width, curbs on one side that you consider on regular applications routinely. When you look at the list of adjustments, a lot of it's design standards, and those are pretty routinely awarded. That is also addressed in our expert paperwork. The third standard is about the size of the units and the integration. There's a condition on there. We have a plan showing they're integrated throughout the development. I don't think that's an issue. The 75% condition is in the decision. The fourth condition, and this one's the important one. Well, I may skip it actually and come back to it. The fifth condition is whether the the project has adequate access to a public street, meaning frontage. And we have that. We're building the new public street, or where the board allows a private road, which we have in area 1. And the sixth condition is if we were creating landlocked lots is basically what it's against. So it's not really applicable to that. The fourth condition is the key one. So we've talked a lot about a traffic increase is not a basis for denial. That's standard in the case law. What the traffic condition, the standard is whether there's safe circulation, which is why you have the expert reports. You not only have 2 experts, one independently hired, we didn't hire, our own expert report, they agree. And they agree because this board and your staff has gone through the exercise of saying, here is what you need to do. And we had to, the first meeting, we kind of were a little cagey, but we agreed, this is what we're going to do. We're going to widen. This is, we're going to put the sidewalks in area 1. But not only that, fire and police were satisfied with what's been done. And there's a condition in that if during construction additional trees have to be removed, then we'll deal with it in the field. But that is the standard, not it increases traffic. You have expert testimony, you have police and fire, and I don't think there's an opening for anything else. So I understand, I do this 2-3 nights a week across the state, and I understand the public's concerns, but you have to apply these standards, and you know that. And hopefully we've addressed them, and I'm happy to, again, have that conversation about bedrooms if you would like, or we're here to address any other questions.
Anyone on the board have any questions for the applicant at this time on anything she discussed or anything else maybe that might be in the staff director's report? I'm sorry? That's the next item on the agenda. We'll vote first. That's right. Don't leave yet. Do you have something, you think? You have something? Did you want to ask a question? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were looking, anybody over here? Okay, so I just had a couple quick, the bald eagle, so it seemed like the gentleman that was here came in with photos, and I just don't know if he was talking about the same nest that you found.
I don't know, but
And he didn't offer a map, but
it wasn't occupied.
it was the same nest? No, that's okay.
It doesn't really, either way, I'm not sure. I don't know what your follow-up.
My question was, was there 2 nests? He found one after your guy went out. And the second part was, why was the report we got unsigned and no date? I don't know. I think I noticed that in my packet too.
I didn't notice that. And if you have an unsigned one, then that's incorrect. So
You have a signed one?
yeah, we have a signed one.
Okay.
So that, my apologies
signed
on
one?
that.
Well, I'll let him look. So if we have it, we'll know. And then someone brought up,
It's not dated, but
it's signed. It's not dated. The Tiffany paving, sir. The Tiffany paving,
Yes.
not to be done until after the 44 houses were built. Someone brought that up.
3
I'm sorry?
in area 3, right? So there's, right. The
So I guess the comment was, why wouldn't they do the paving first? So that people could start using it. Why are we going to wait until after 44 residents are built and do it after? I guess that was the question, and it must have appeared in one of the documents.
What? So the owner's saying we're coming in from the other direction to build these units. I know there's a phasing plan in there.
Well, I think the
It-
concern was that the residents would be moved in and they're all going to be going down Tiffany Road and it's going to be in that condition, 44 new people are not getting the benefit of the promise.
We can do it. Let me just confirm. We can do it before Area 3. We'll do it before construction on Area 3.
Okay, all right. I'm just asking if it's possible. We'll still, we haven't formed any motions yet. We haven't put any stipulations. I'm just asking. Sometimes there's a compelling reason why not. If he said, no, I'm going to need that for construction vehicles, which I doubted very much. But it seems that seems to be one of the big sticking points of this whole thing is, hey, who's going to upgrade Tiffany Road? But be careful what you wish for, right?
Right.
So then, does anyone have any questions about anything else in the staff report? Because I'm sorry. Okay, you know what? Just excuse me for 1 second. I want to see what Mr. Nunes wants.
Okay.
And we'll go from there. You got to come back up to the microphone and give us your name and record and you can explain. Just note that we have a signed one in our packet.
Okay. Jason Nunes, Fairview Road. Okay, this is their report. Page 3 shows a picture of the nest that they're talking about. The photos that I provided to the board, I believe.
Yeah,
days ago.
I have them.
Okay, those photos will reference that same yellow house. This is the actual nest.
Okay.
We're talking about.
And they provided mapping that it's outside of the jurisdiction.
Now, the report that you're talking about, you say is signed,
Yeah.
right? The articles that I was mentioning, the AM 15, all the other providing AM 16, each page is requiring a signature and a date. Those are all blank. This in regards to the Northeast Bald Eagle, whatever reference they use.
I don't have mine with me.
The Northeast Bald Eagle screening form, that's right below their signature. that
Okay,
They're
hold
using
on.
as a reference.
Okay, we're looking at our copy. I just want to see what the story is.
No, he's talking about the reference document for the protocol. Says they're supposed to sign each sheet.
Are they?
I haven't written that.
Okay.
I believe all those
Okay.
pages. are
Okay.
blank.
All right. We'll get it addressed. Yep.
Thank
All
you.
right. So I guess there are some acknowledgements that are in the rest of the report and those pages are not signed and dated.
I don't know that to be the case, but there's no reporting requirement if it's not within the jurisdiction of our property. So I think that's where
Sign, reference.
yeah, it's just a reference form. It doesn't mean we have to actually fill it out. It's just a reference form. Like if you look at the report, I've got it, but
I got
thank
it.
you.
Yep. Yep. We're all set. Sir.
Yep.
Dated.
Yep, okay. So it's like a report that references the sources at the end. So it's not like a required form.
So in other words,
It's not that's the problem though, I think. We're either within the jurisdiction of the act or we're not.
okay.
And-
So as soon as what you're saying, if I understand you correctly, I don't want to put words in your mouth, is that since the bald eagle is outside of the jurisdictional boundary, there's no need to sign any of the reference documents.
It's just, it's listed as a reference document. That's it.
Okay.
Not a, here's what we submitted document.
Yeah, I'd have to, I don't know if we can.
I mean, at the end of the day, we'd either need a permit from the federal government or we don't. But I mean, I'm sorry we even went through this exercise, but we wanted to close this issue out to ensure it wasn't within the jurisdiction.
I appreciate that because it was brought up by the Conservation Commission.
Right.
So, okay. I had two other things. I noticed in the HOA docs, and I think I brought this up at the first presentation with Mr. Was the other gentleman?
Bradley.
I'm sorry?
Mr. Bradley.
Yes. Was that when you get a lot of houses like that and they're small in there and you got, box trucks, campers, and I saw in the HOA descriptions, you have the restriction. Does it include parking on the street in front of the property as well as the driveway? Because it
That-
just says,
We would be talking about area 1.
wherever the HOA is.
So the HOA won't own those roads.
I know that, but how do we enforce homeowners in a subdivision governed by an HOA from, well, I can't park it in my driveway, so I'll just park it in front of the house.
I mean, I think we could probably work with the town, whether it be signage or something like that, but I'd have to legally figure that out. Because we could put anything in there, right? But
Whether it's enforceable or not is another story.
correct.
I got that part.
But if you wanted us to put something in,
Yeah, and again, just thinking out loud here, I mean, there's stipulations if they don't adhere, the homeowners association doesn't adhere to certain things, then the town can step in. So I don't know if there's a way to,
right, if the town's gonna say there's no parking on the street, then they can,
well, I don't necessarily want to go that far, but
yeah.
we could do commercial vehicles or something like that, but I don't want to get into town ordinances separate from the HOA. I'm just trying to look out for the future because it happens. I see RVs, boat trailers that are out in front of properties in nearby neighborhoods half the year. Sometimes they only go away on the weekend and come back. Okay, and
Okay,
then the other thing.
we can add,
The other thing I think we need to talk about is the 4 bedrooms, which you alluded to, and I don't know how the other board members feel about 4-bed units in general. It says up to, I look at that as being 0 to 46.
I took some notes. I'll weigh in a little bit. I've felt this way from the beginning, that I thought density was a huge issue, and 46, I mean, what was the total number of units in area 3 is
there's
gonna-
88 in area 3.
88, so 46, possibly more than half could be. I don't want to use the word excessive, but I think that's a lot. Like, I jotted down in my mind, I'm thinking like maybe 12 to 20, because I don't want to say no 4-bedroom units for
Yep,
some variety.
understood.
But I think 46 is like on the very high end,
Okay,
given the density. I'm in the maybe 12 to 20 range. I don't know if the chairman wants to poll the rest of the board and see how anyone else feels.
I would pull the others, but the other thing that kind of comes to mind is now that we've removed the integration away from bedrooms and towards square footage, conceivably, all the 4-bedroom units provided, let's say, 2,000 square foot houses, and then all your 3 bedrooms affordables could be 1,500. And what did we accomplish? I mean, I guess they're kind of mixed in, but now are the houses similar or function? I don't know, but
I think they still.
I think my concern really is, as he started to say, Mr. Burke started to say, is the density, just the number of people that are going to be in a compact area. I'm not even going the schools route. You could get an expert to come in here and say, it doesn't matter if you have 4 bedrooms. Most people are only having 1 or 2 kids these days, and they're not going to add a lot of kids to the schools.
I have a 4-bedroom. I have 1 child,
Yeah,
but I like my 4-bedroom.
because you have your home office there.
Yeah, that's
Well,
right.
when you get home tonight.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. But no, I'm open for discussion. If anybody else has a range and to talk about, otherwise I can respond. So
Density for me too. It's too much in that area.
Yeah.
It's way too much.
Too much. Well, we can't relieve the density on the number of dwellings. What we're saying is we can cut the bedrooms on the 4. There's no requirement that we approve 4 beds. There is it's in the law that they're allowed to have 3 beds. We can't restrict them to 2. But my concern was that it could add a population in there when we already have a lot of housing kind of in there. But again, and there's a market issue, and I don't know what it does to price point. I guess only on the affordables that would come into play. Other than that, it's just like, hey, guess what? We got a 4-bedroom house. We can sell it for more. So it depends on what the market pulls. So
Right.
I don't know. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, in fairness to the applicant and fairness to the board, split the difference up to 23. I mean, that gives them the leeway to still have 4-bedroom units for their market price and whatnot. And it gives us less density or less personnel. I mean, in fairness to the applicant. I mean, we could just say no, period.
I think you're being more than fair.
But I mean, that's my opinion.
Anybody else want to weigh in on?
Density is the issue for me. I mean,
Housing
I-
density or bedroom density?
housing density
Oh,
is actually
yeah.
the big issue.
That's, yeah,
Right? But again, based off of the current law, right, they're within the limits of density, but that project is just too big for that area. But again, my opinion, based off of law, they're within it. Whether it's 4 bedrooms or 3 bedrooms, that isn't going to reduce the density of the area and the lot sizes, which to me is the bigger issue. So, I mean, if they wanted to split it.
Well,
but-
originally up until today, I kind of assumed that if they had 24 bedroom units, then 5 of them would have to be in the low to moderate income, and that's not the case anymore. So now all the 4 beds could be market rate and the others could be so. Go ahead.
Unless he's throwing things at me, I mean, I can go to 20 if we can put this issue to bed. If he's throwing things at me, then I might have to ask.
What do you need?
Bob's throwing things at me, I might have to ask.
I was going to say, what's the lowest number you can live with?
That's probably it. And again, there may be 0. But I think what you're gonna see is there's 2 bedrooms. And a lot of 2 bedrooms in area 1 and, so I think it realistically will work itself out. That is what area 1 is, 2 to 3 bedrooms.
Those are the rentals though.
Those are the rentals.
Yeah.
Yep. You may see 2 bedrooms in the cottages too, or whatever else. I mean,
Is it a definite that there's going to be 3 bedrooms in area 1? And I'm not considering that a bad thing. I'm just asking the question. I would imagine there's a market for 3-bedroom
I
rentals right
think
now.
so. I think that's what we're seeing at CNE too. We're seeing a lot of over 55 that want that extra room.
Office, for the grandkids.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yep.
upstate. Yep. Okay.
Yep.
All right. I don't know. Anyone have, just to put that one thing to bed, is everybody comfortable with 20, or would you rather go lower or higher?
I'm like an auctioneer, 15 apparently. Going
Did-
once, no, I'm
Did
kidding.
he say 15?
15. Apparently.
Go for 12.
No more than.
30 seconds.
No more than,
Kidding.
yeah.
It's a no more.
It sounds like I'm going to pull the board. Are you okay with no more than 15?
No more than.
Okay. Okay. So we will,
Then it's not my fault too, so this is great.
so we've got to make some notes now.
That's under additional.
I don't know the answer to your question, Mr. De Silva, and I don't know,
Don't forget we need to make some amendments for the hopefully.
is it appropriate for me to have a sidebar with council, or does that violate open meetings?
I'm gonna take a break. As long as it's a good sidebar, I'm fine with it.
I just have a question that I don't necessarily. Okay,
Yeah.
let's do 5, and then we can try to wrap this thing up tonight.
Yeah.
Okay.
Please tonight. Please tonight.
in 30 seconds.
I think they're working with.
So are you comfortable?
Yeah, just, did you get? Yeah, I think, is that, some ladies eat there. You have it to talk about.
What one are you looking for?
No, he's saying. The 40, where does it say about the number of, is it a new or is it already? in the amendment?
Maximum number for, yeah.
Change it.
Yep. Just T.
Yep. So it'll be that the following changes. And don't forget they're going to, okay, we're ready. It's over here.
Have to make a motion to close public hearing. That's fine.
Oh, thank you. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to close the public hearing. Or I'm sorry, entertain a motion.
I will make a motion to close the public hearing.
I'll second it.
All right, so we have a motion by Mr. Burke, a second by Mr. Reyes. Is there any discussion on the public hearing? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. No. No. Doesn't matter. They're gonna accept whatever we tell them.
Yeah, because it's in here.
What's that?
It's in.
I have a question. So we have item 8 on the agenda, which is the bond. And then we have this staff report that contains the conditions and it's actually in there already. So if we include it in the conditions for the approval, we still have to go to number 8?
Yes, the bond needs a separate vote. It gets a separate decision. I do think it's wise to be thoughtful. You can have discussion about the bond. If there's discussion about wanting to change that number, you can certainly have it. I'd recommend vote on the project first and the bond second. That way we understand if we're setting a bond, we know that the project exists.
Right, but in other words, what we're saying is if we're going to change the amount that's in the staff report, we need to have a discussion, or we have to
Correct.
find out if everyone's comfortable with that, the way it's in there.
I would recommend
Okay.
pulling the board if there's anyone that in conflict with the numbers for the bonding or the inspection fee. Those are the two pieces that we anticipate would be related to the second votes on the bond. So before you vote on the project, make sure you're comfortable with the numbers as they're laid out.
Okay, so we will, here's how we're gonna do it. Before we go through because what we have is we have the staff report, and then we have the staff recommendation with the comprehensive permit conditions of approval that was handed to us today, which we'll be able to reference. However, number 1 would need to be changed to the number of 4-bedroom units shall be limited to 15 in area 3. The rest of the changes we went over. The bond amount is in here that may warrant discussion. And then I'm trying to think if there was anything else. Is the landscape at final? Is that in here, or does it need to be? Do we need to address any of the landscape or the agreement with the owner of 2 Minglewood that came in an email that the applicant referenced was acceptable at the beginning? Should we put those in conditions, or?
The landscape is in there. I don't think that there's a condition of approval that says the landscape plan can be submitted and is subject to review of the administrative officer at final plan.
Okay.
I don't want to add into that condition some stipulation. I think it's by agreement that there's nothing that stops me from gaining consultation from anybody as part of my decision. The applicants agreed. I don't want to codify a third party's role in a decision. And I've made it clear, we're happy to talk, and the idea is we're all going to figure it out together, but
I'm just saying that, is there any reason we need to compel the applicant to work with the owner at 2 Minglewood Drive who came in with the concerns about their driveway. If you tell me no, it's going to get handled at final, I'm fine with it. And I know the applicant's attorney for the record indicated they would do that, but I
Yeah.
just wanted to make sure.
I'd be fine if we want to add a condition that states something like the applicant, as part of final plan, shall address the
Concerns
issues
raised
relative
by-
to Mingle. I
2
think-
Minglewood, 2 Minglewood. Yep.
To Minglewood. I'm fine if we want to add condition, let's call it, at this point, I think we're at number 19. If you want to add a condition that states, the applicant shall, provide the outcomes and solutions related to the, driveway issue at 2 Minglewood, is that Drive Avenue?
Right.
2 Minglewood Drive as part of the final plan stage.
And number 4,
We're fine with that condition. We've already talked to him today, so we've
Yep.
started that.
okay, and then we've got the off-site improvements to Tiffany Road shall be completed, and the applicant shall submit an associated certificate of conformance consistent with the inspection procedures to document before receiving the 44th building permit. So were we going to change anything to do with that, or we just?
I think I'm open to it. I came up with that number because it represents the midway point of their area 3. And we did understand from their phasing that the applicant was going to work in from the Minglewood Crossroad. So they're going to work in from area 2
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
towards. And so for us, we thought that when they're about halfway through area 3, that made sense for them to.
The concern raised by
Open
the
up.
property owner, and I could go, it's not a big concern, I was just trying to
I don't
cover
think
it.
the applicant had a heavy constraint with doing it earlier. We just thought that was a natural point in the progression of their construction.
So the question is, do you want to leave it the way it is or compel them to do it earlier? Leave it the way it is? Anyone have any concerns? Okay, we'll leave that one alone. Okay, so now that leaves up for discussion, the bond amount.
They good with it?
And amongst the board, I'm just gonna kind of poll the members. We've got the town set the bond at 3.4 million and some odd dollars with a inspection fee. The applicant's attorney has objected to that based on some points that were raised earlier in the meeting. That is stipulation number 14 on this list. So the question is, does anyone have any suggestions? Leave it alone, change it?
I
go with the 3.4.
I suggest we take the recommendation of the town engineer.
I concur. Okay. Anybody else? Anybody object? Okay, let's do, okay. I will entertain a motion for or against the approval of the comprehensive permit for the major land development.
And to be clear, for condition number 1, we're at 15 units that are
Correct.
up to
Up
could
to
be 4
15.
bedrooms. Okay. So I just ask, and then there's one other minor change that we would recommend. It's actually not in the conditions. It's in the section called staff recommendation. That's where we make the statement that they've met the findings of fact and approve. In the final sentence, it goes on to say that, you know, that they'll be consistent with this plan based on the above findings of fact and subject to the waivers. And here's what I want to add, and adjustments denoted within the application and the conditions of approval denoted before. Adjustments is the term that the state law uses. So to ensure that we're clearly granting the adjustments that had been requested and has been on the record, making sure the decision.
All right, so what were you adding?
The, in that last sentence, you're going to add based on the above findings of fact and subject to the waivers, and then we add the words and adjustments denoted within the application and conditions of approval denoted below. We're just adding 2 words, and adjustments.
Oh, end of the first paragraph?
The first paragraph, last
Yep,
sentence.
okay, it's right here. So this will be a change. You're gonna do the adjustments.
And just for clarity, did anyone want to change the 44th building permit for the Tiffany? Are you guys comfortable with that?
I'm sorry?
Did you want to change the order in which they would do Tiffany Road as opposed to the 44th building
Yeah,
permit?
we talked about that.
No, they said they were fine with it
Everyone's
either
good?
way.
Okay, just want
Yeah.
to make sure.
Yeah. No. No, it wasn't a deal breaker.
Where we at? We're waiting for me to speak.
Yeah, so I'll go back to, so I will entertain a motion for or against the approval of the comprehensive permit major land development application that's before us. And of course, hopefully someone has made notes of the minor edits or additions to the staff recommendation and comprehensive permit conditions of approval that we got handed tonight, this 3-page document, which I think will reflect our discussions earlier.
All right, I'll give it a shot. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a favorable motion, project name Village at Tyoke, for a comprehensive permit, major land development, preliminary plan, owner 232 Realty Associates, address Tyoke Avenue, Tiffany Road, East Shore Drive and Minglewood Drive. Assessors plot 32 lots, 149, 150, 151, and 153, zone R20, lot size 29.99 acres. Existing units vacant and open space, proposed 162 single and multifamily units. I'd like to incorporate the staff report into my motion. I'd also like to go over the staff recommendations, comprehensive permit application, the updated version that we received tonight, dated 1/24/26.
And through the, I'm sorry to interrupt, it's the updated version that you received tonight, and I'd leave it there. 1/24/26 was a leftover portion of a document. So the updated version you received tonight was drafted today.
Oh, I'm sorry,
So-
my correction.
So I just reflect the updated document received tonight and as amended through the discussion hearing.
Okay, the updated version that was received tonight and amended through discussion here. Revised conditions of approval, in the first paragraph, we are changing the last sentence to read, where does it start? To read denoted within the application and conditions of approval and adjustments denoted below. The second paragraph with note, second to the last line, the applicant is seeking up to 15 4-bedroom units in Area 3. Comprehensive permit conditions of approval. Number 1, the maximum number of 4-bedroom units shall be limited to 15 units in Area 3. This is a change from 46 units. Let's see. At final.
Sorry.
The applicant shall provide generators for each of the 2 sewer pump stations. At final plan, the applicant will address the driveway conditions concerned with 2 Minglewood Drive. And I believe that was it. Mr. Chairman, if I've missed anything, feel free to correct me.
I don't see anything else. I have a motion. I'm sorry.
Second his motion.
I have a motion by Mr. Kenny and a second by Mr. Price. Any discussion? Any further discussion?
Planning Director, any comments?
That seems sufficient to me.
Okay.
I'll just say something before I vote, so not to derail the vote.
Okay.
And this has come up all night. I've had issue with the density from pre-application. I think that's been the elephant in the room. Everyone knows it. It's been the crux of a lot of the public comment. And it's to no fault of the applicant. I understand that's the law. That's what we've been dealt to the public, which there's no one left. We've taken this so seriously. We've taken notes for months. We hear you. We've listened. We sympathize. I love the town. I live in the town. I agree with everything that's been said. But at the end of the day, the law is the law, and I wish the senator was still here. I don't know if Rep. Serpa is still on. this has to be fixed. Something needs to be done. This is gonna keep coming up. Density is a big issue, and the law is not, it shouldn't be a one-size-fits-all law. It's taken a lot of control, a lot of things are out of our hands. And I hate to just say it is what it is, but that's the law and that's the way we have to vote. I don't think it's a perfect project. But at the end of the day, it conforms to the required standards that we just went through. And that's what I'd like the public to hear. Yeah, I'll concur on that one. I mean, I think everyone agrees that the town needs low to moderate income housing. We want our kids to stay in town. And the way it is across the country, it's becoming unaffordable. And for us to allow affordable housing to come in, and that's what I like to call it, affordable housing. That's the key. Density, again, is an issue because when you add density, it also leads to quality of life. And I know at times when we have traffic engineers and people, they don't look at that. But eventually people will have to deal with the quality of life when we're too compressed. Understand that also developers have a bottom line in order to build homes, in order to stay viable and profitable. But the law needs to change in this where it benefits both the town and it benefits individuals that are willing to develop these kinds of communities within communities. That's all I have.
And just to add a little bit to that, I for the record, I want to say I've been on this commission now since 2011, and I think we've entertained a number of comprehensive permits and approved them with the 25% affordable without these extravagant density bonuses. So granted, it's a slow move forward, but we were accomplishing the same thing we did tonight. 25% affordable in a subdivision, they just weren't as compressed. And I think we also were pretty open to multifamily housing in town, condominiums, and all those things I think lend itself to more affordable housing. But that said, if there's no other discussion, I'm going to call roll for a vote. I'll start in this direction. Mr. Burt?
Yes.
Mr. Price?
Yes.
Mr. Kenny?
Yes.
Mr. De Silva?
Yes.
Mr. Reyes?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. So it's unanimous, as the motion was made with the stipulations. It's a late night. I know we still have one more item. We have to set the bond, but thank you all for staying so late. So next item on the agenda, just to wrap this up hopefully quickly, we need to set a bond for the Village at Tyoke preliminary plan, major land development. The amounts were referenced in the stipulations of the motion that we just approved, but if someone has those numbers, I'll entertain a motion to set the bond with the related inspection fees.
I have that number handy if you'd like it, unless a member.
I have-
Great, go ahead
Yep.
for it, Mr. Burke.
If you concur, I make a motion to set the bond per the town engineer's recommendation at $3,418,806.87.
I'll second it.
With the inspection fee? Do we have to do anything with this? Mr. Reyes, sorry. I have a motion by Mr. Burke, a second by Mr. Reyes. I just wanted to clarify, we don't have to bring up the inspection fees because it's already covered?
The inspection fee's already covered.
Okay, thank you. All right, any discussion on the motion?
No.
Hearing none, we'll just do a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Director's report, please keep it brief. It's late.
No.
Motion to adjourn.
I'm sorry.
No report.
Motion to
Thank you.
adjourn.
We got a motion to adjourn from Mr. Reyes. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Price.
Aye.
Have a good night. Thank you all. And by the way, I vote aye. You got the vote.